Morning. So we invite everyone to take their seats so we can begin with today's session. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I see some people still outside, so if you could just please take your seats so we can begin. All right, so we will start today's session. Welcome, everyone. We have a very interesting agenda for today, but before we start with today's agenda items, Laura Aguirre, Chair of the SRC, has requested to use the floor before we begin officially with EBFF. So Laura, she's joining us online. You have the floor.
Thank you, Noemi, for this introduction. I have requested to take the floor to share with everyone a decision we just took as a council in the last session. I wanted to announce that the council has decided to reappoint Carlos Manuel Rodriguez for a second term as the GEF CEO and chairperson, recognizing his strong performance and leadership in this first term. Carlos Manuel, the GEF family and the global community is counting on you. Please join me for a round of applause for this happy news.
Thank you so much, Laura. Dear friends and colleagues, it's a real pleasure and honor to hear this very good news to Carlos Manuel. I'm flattered and honored. And let me tell you a couple of things from my side, which are relevant. The beginning of my term was very complicated, not just for me, but for everyone, because I was appointed the month that the lockdown because of the pandemic came in. And my first big concern was the impact of COVID in the ongoing portfolio and the impact it will have in the countries that we work, with the agencies that we work. And thank God there was a COVID-19 task force that was able to address many of the very challenging circumstances that we went through. I was super impressed by the capacities that this organization has, because we didn't cancel projects based on that. And that tells us that we are a very strong organization. Nevertheless, I felt that we lost a golden opportunity to begin a politically driven system change, as we all agree that the revamp of our economy should be based on blue and green and clean principles. We went back, everyone went back on business as usual model. Even though we began seeing clean rivers and dolphins in the bays that we never saw them before, and we saw wildlife coming back, business as usual kicked back big time, even though we had a political aspiration to build back better. And it didn't happen. It didn't happen. And many countries went big time once more on land use change, oil and gas, extraction of minerals, the same way that we did it. For me, the lesson was big. The lesson was big based on the fact that political decisions are based on the best available economic information. And the building blue, building clean, blue, building green, still far from providing decision makers on the best options to do the system change. And based on the jobs needs and the human immediate needs, we went back very quickly to business as usual. And for me, it's not a surprise that emissions are going up. Loss of biodiversity continues to be a big issue. And we didn't learn out of that experience. And as we look outside these windows today with the heat wave and what we saw during the assembly last year in Canada with the forest fires, I want to remind everyone what happened last year. A month before the assembly, I woke up here in Washington and I saw a dark sky, and I asked, what is going on? And they told me, well, there are forest fires in Canada, and that is the haze coming from Canada. A month later, we went to Vancouver, to Canada, and guess what? Forest fires continues to be there. So it is a big and very serious issue that we have in front of us. The only way for us to be able to have an impact in this society that has no more option in the short term rather than business as usual is to address the lack of political coherence in development policies and how they define how public and private investment should be done. And that is why I strongly believe that the organization has planted a very strong seed that eventually will give us options for us to address those political challenges associated to the lack of political coherence in a way that governments and society agree to invest their public and private resources. And I strongly believe that with the policy coherence policy document that this council took last year will become a very strong baseline for the future of the GEF. I'm more committed than ever in my professional life in this job and work, and you will have the best of Carlos Manuel for the next 4 years. So thank you so much for this great news. I'm super optimistic that we are going to put countries back on track with the 1.5%, the nature positive. Today is a great day for us, not just because we will be presenting for approval the first GBFF work program, but we have the presence of subnational governments that are willing to partner up with the GEF, so subnational governments can become potential donors and subnational governments can become potential recipients of resources as they are in the best possible situation to deal with those very challenging sustainability elements. So once more, Laura, and as chair of SRC and the rest of the council, my eternal gratitude for this possibility to continue leading the processes of change and being able to put the GEF in the Premier League of global politics. Thank you so much. So with this, I would like to begin the second GBFF council meeting, and for that I would go through my opening remarks. Good morning. It is a real pleasure for me to welcome you all to the second Global Biodiversity Framework Fund council meeting. I'm delighted again to acknowledge the presence of David Cooper, Acting Executive Secretary of the Convention on Biological Diversity, a good friend of the GEF and a good friend of the GBFF. Thanks for your kind words, David, in the convention's session yesterday and for all your cooperation over these years. I also would like to recognize with great thanks the presence of the GBFF Council observers representing the women, youth, indigenous people, and local communities, private sector, and conservation and philanthropic organizations. The GEF will continue to work closely with these groups to enable and capacitate them to fully assume their important roles and engage with the Council in these discussions. Less than 5 months ago, we had our first Council meeting of the GBFF. This was a historic moment for all of us, reflecting tireless work and light speed following COP15. The GEF established and operationalized this fund much more quickly than many, including us, thought possible. Here we are now for the second GBFF Council meeting. And here we are again at another historic moment. Less than a year after the launch of the new fund during the GEF Assembly in Vancouver, we now present to Council our first GBFF work program. Thank you so much to all the agencies and the country for the work that you all have done. This once again demonstrates GEF's responsiveness, effectiveness, and efficiency as the financial mechanism of the Convention on Biological Diversity. Dear colleagues, our first work program is small, but it is mighty, reflecting the ability of the GEF partnership to deliver as much impact as possible with every dollar of ODA. Our first 3 GBFF projects include 1 initiative in Mexico and 2 in Brazil, each working to support protected areas on land and the sea with long-term financing. These projects are in partnership with indigenous people and local communities. The emphasis on indigenous-led conservation is front and center of these projects, with an average of 62% of total GBFF project financing being directly to indigenous people and local communities. In total, these 3 projects will support 30 million hectares of terrestrial and marine protected areas and directly benefit 229,000 people. As an indication of power of targeting and maximizing co-benefits, the support for improving nature in this work program also yields climate benefits, with an anticipated 55 million tons of greenhouse gas emissions avoided. And this project supports the achievements of 7 of the 23 targets of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. This work program is a result of collective efforts of the GEF partnership, GEF operational focal point, project stakeholders, GEF agencies, staff, and the GEF Secretariat. Once again, the power and the potential of this incredible and extensive partnership is evident. The work program is also evidence of the benefits of the streamlined GBFF project cycle that was approved at the first GBFF Council. This continues to allow us to accelerate GEF support to the countries to help implement country-driven priorities under the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. In addition to these 3 projects, I would like to highlight that 1 project under the $5 million for Gabon is currently under review, and another 18 project preparation grant requests from 21 countries were approved last month in May in this second selection round of GBFF. I continue to be humbled, amazed, and proud of the continued incredible work of the GEF partnership in rapid operationalization of the GBFF programming. This also, dear colleagues, this is also important. The fact that the Council will be discussing the terms of reference for the advisory group an auxiliary body for the GBF fund, their establishment is an important element of the GBFF governance. We had a robust discussions during the first GBFF Council, reflecting your strong commitment to craft GBFF governance arrangements that are most appropriate to serve the global biodiversity framework. Today's paper comes to you as a result of several discussions and consultations following the first GBFF Council. I'm confident that it reflects what is needed, and I therefore count on you to reach agreement on this paper so that these groups for stakeholders engagement would be operationalized quickly. Dear friends, we have maximized our impact with the funds that we have been placed to operate and manage. To that end, I would like to thank once more the financial commitment from Canada, Germany, Japan, Luxembourg, Spain, and the United Kingdom to the GBFF. And I'm also looking forward to new pledges to allow for additional support to the Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. As David Cooper reminded us yesterday, we are making progress, but it is no surprise that more resources are urgently needed. In advance of COP16 in Cali, this will be a positive signal of political support and momentum to the framework. As you can see, we are now effectively programming all the resources that we currently have, but the demand for these resources exceeds their supply. We, therefore, call on all of you to make the best use of the GBFF by helping to capitalize it and by helping to program its resources wisely in a timely fashion and with an eye to maximize the impacts. From our side, we have proven to you that we can deliver and we are ready to do more. The GBFF and the GEF family of funds is at your disposal. It is evident that the combination of GEF 8 biodiversity focal areas plus GBFF has been the biggest provision of direct and flexible financial resources to countries in their effort to implement the Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. Dear Council members, this coming October at COP16 in Cali, we look forward to further demonstrating the ongoing and increasing ability of the GEF to deliver in a timely, effective, and efficient manner. Let us continue to come together, not to further divide ourselves. Thank you in advance for your contribution to another successful GBFF Council meeting and for your support as we all gear up for COP16. Thank you so much to all.
I will now open the floor for any reactions to these introductory remarks. Anil, you have the floor.
Thank you and good morning, everybody. Carlos, congratulations, but I run a condition caveat to that. You have to reduce the air conditioning. You guys are freezing this side of the table. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil. We're already working on that, but thanks for the reminder. I don't see anyone else requesting the floor.
Thank you, Noemi.
Maybe.
Some people are. So yeah, we have the Women Caucus, followed by the representative of the youth.
Thank you very much. I am speaking on behalf of the women. We are here representing the CBD Women's Caucus, the recognized women's constituency within the Convention on Biological Diversity, the CBD. It stands as a self-organized global platform with more than 500 members, empowering women and girls worldwide to advocate for their rights within biodiversity-related decision-making processes across all levels. We are here to ensure our participation is not only meaningful, but also propositive, taking into account the very limited and untimely access to information we have as observers. Acknowledging the fact that the documents to be discussed in this council meeting are reporting on stages of the GEF process that had already been covered, we urge council members to be open to receive our comments, not only for your deliberation this morning, but on the evolution that is so needed within the GEF itself. We highlight that the Gender Plan of Action adopted in the CBD COP15 addresses the need for establishing targeted funding led by the GEF to support gender-responsive implementation of the GBF and the Gender Plan of Action by 2026. We invite this council and the GEF Secretariat to review and abide by the CBD Gender Plan of Action as feasible guideline for the implementation of Target 23 in projects to be supported by the GBF Fund. We observe that the term gender responsiveness has not only been clearly defined in the document shared with us, and in the discussions we are having today, we would like to request clarification regarding what specific actions are being implemented to ensure gender responsiveness. Last but not least, if women's, youth, indigenous peoples and local communities' perspectives and presence in these meetings are to be relevant for the Council and for the GEF, our participation should not be limited to having a chair and listening. We strongly urge our inputs to be taken into account and incorporated in the functioning and decision-making regarding the GBF Fund in particular, and the different GF funds and meetings in general. We thank you, Chair and Council members, for your attention.
Thank you very much. I will now give the floor to the youth representatives.
Thank you, Chair. I represent the youth observers, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Global Youth Biodiversity Network. We reiterate our gratitude to the GEF Secretariat and to the CBD for the effort to include the participation of the indigenous peoples, local communities, women, and youth throughout the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund process. As part of this first intervention at this meeting, we would like to start by raising some concerns regarding the meaningful participation of us as observers. The establishment of the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund is a quick response to the COP's call for the creation of a financial mechanism to support the implementation of the Global Biodiversity Framework. In this sense, the GBFF itself should contribute to and be guided by the goals and targets of the GBF. However, we draw attention again to the gap in support and for targets 22 and 23, and for section C, including our own involvement as observers. There is a consensus among us observers of indigenous peoples, local communities, women, and youth that our participation is not yet meaningful, as clear procedures have not been defined on how to proceed with observers' interventions during meetings and how interventions must be incorporated or at least considered in the Council decision-making process. The lack of transparency and information regarding GBFF updates in the period between meetings Council, as well as the late sharing of work program and the non-sharing of complete and detailed projects is also an impediment for us to present our concerns and contributions. Furthermore, the absence of summary of observers and interventions in Council highlight documents or reports to the COP and its bodies mean that we do not have formal, easily accessible records being shared with the parties and other stakeholders about our concerns and contributions. Therefore, we urge the Council and the GBF and the GEF Secretariat to dialogue with observers to define clear procedures that guarantee meaningful participation in line with the implementation of the GBF goals and targets. Define focal point for the GEF Secretariat responsible for providing updates to observers between Council meetings, and include observers' interventions as part of Council highlight documents and reports to COP and bodies. We as observers are bringing the voice, proposal, request, and inputs of the biodiversity stewards on the ground, and our contributions should be considered in the decision-making process. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Council members.
Thank you very much. I see no one else requesting the floor, so Chair, back to you.
Thank you, Noemi. And let me invite Mr. Benjamin Befar, Quebec's delegate in Washington, D.C., to address the council. Benjamin, you got the floor.
Good morning, everybody. It's an honor and a pleasure to be with you today. Thank you, Chair, distinguished GEF Council members, agencies, and Secretariat colleagues. I would like to start by thanking the GEF for this kind invitation. The government of Quebec is proud to make a statement at the second GBFF Council meeting in Washington. As the government of Quebec representative in Washington, D.C., I can assure you that we are committed to tangible action to combat climate change. I am here today to present how subnational governments can be a key player when it's come to international cooperation and resource mobilization. Subnational governments are on the front line of the current triple environmental crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and plastic pollution. In most countries, we are the primary administrators with competencies and budget on environment. States and subnational government have key powers across the most important sector impacting the environment, including energy, infrastructure, land use, and finance. We see ourselves as vital links connecting national government decision and local initiative, inspiring action in both directions. If we want to ensure that the multilateral environmental agreements are effectively and ambitiously implemented on the ground, we need to involve local and subnational governments. The government of Quebec has made the environment a priority of its international action and has developed an environmental diplomacy focused on the leadership that subnational governments can have within international organizations and conventions. We are also actively involved in the international instruments that involve our competencies, notably the Paris Agreement, which recognizes the essential role of subnational governments, and the coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, which includes subnational government as part of a world of government approach. Quebec is also very active when it comes to international cooperation and resource mobilization. The government of Quebec has a long-standing engagement in international cooperation, for which I'll briefly showcase a few examples. In climate, since the adoption of the Paris Agreement, Quebec has allocated substantial portion of its carbon market revenues to assist developing countries most susceptible to climate change impact. With our international climate cooperation program, we have allocated more than 43 million Canadian dollars to 56 projects in developing countries and won the UN Climate Action Award in 2019. New projects are presently being assessed and will benefit for additional funding. We stand as one of the most actively engaged subnational government in climate finance. Quebec also shares expertise and provides financial support through partnership with organizations. Since 2019, we have a $13 million project with the FAO, where we support the adaptation of the agricultural sectors in Senegal, Haiti, and the Ivory Coast. We have also provided more than 41 million Canadian dollars to the Adaptation Fund, the African Climate Change Fund of the African Development Bank, the Least Developed Countries Fund that the GEF manages, and the Future Fund of the Climate Group under two coalition. Regarding biodiversity, Quebec is bound by decree since 1992 to the Convention on Biodiversity. And we took the initiative to contribute to the implementation of the new coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, not only in Quebec, but also internationally. At COP15, we have also announced a new nature plan for 2030 for Quebec. The nature plan will include several international measures directed to capacity building and financial assistance, with many of them being launched at the upcoming CBD COP16. To conclude, I wish to reiterate that Quebec is a long-standing advocate for the role of government and role of society approach. We believe it is important to ensure inclusive and participatory multilateral processes, and this is why we are actively engaged in the subnational government major group, alongside partners such as California, Scotland, Catalonia, Sao Paulo, and many others. At COP15, the government of Quebec welcomed the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund and its objective to scale up financing for the implementation of the coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. We also support the establishment of a new advisory body to the GBFF that will provide non-sovereign donors a seat at the table. We believe this will echo the GBF objective to be an inclusive and participatory process and could foster other stakeholders to fund and support the implementation of the GBF. We remain committed to supporting global environmental action and are excited by the new GBFF and its inclusive governance. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Benjamin, for your statement. We are honored to have your presence and the presence of your local government with us here at the GBFF Council meeting. Thank you so much. So with our next agenda item, which is agenda item number 2, adoption of the agenda, I'll pass it over to my co-chair who will be leading this conversation. Dauda, you got the floor.
Thank you very much, CEO. It's a pleasure being with you and also the council members. I know it has been a very tormenting time, but at least we are almost going there. And I also want to take this opportunity to thank the CEO for being considered for the next 4 years term. And I think with your vision, I think we'll be able to take GEF agenda forward. And I want to congratulate you on this appointment by the council, and we look forward to working with you for the next 4 years. So you also reflect on the agenda item, adoption of the agenda. I would like to remind the council that that a provisional agenda has been circulated for consideration as document GEF/GBFF 02/01, which so any issue on the agenda? Other than that, we also have under the AOB, do you have any other comments or item to be added under the any other business or other businesses?
I don't see anyone requesting the floor, Mr. Co-Chair, so back to you to adopt the agenda.
So, okay, having said that, then and there is no objection, the agenda is adopted. Thank you so much, and then we could go by the next aspect, which is the terms of reference for the advisory group and auxiliary body for the Global Biodiversity Fund. And I will now call on Mrs. Chishuru Aoki, the GEF Secretary, to introduce the document GEF GBFF 0204. Ms. Chisiru, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I have a presentation that is being pulled up. I have the pleasure to present the terms of reference for advisory groups and auxiliary body for the GBFF Council. Now, some parts of this presentation may seem very familiar to you because we had a very robust conversation about this during the first GBFF Council in February. And based on the comments provided as well as consultations, we have made some modifications, and the document in front of you reflects comments as well as deliberations we've had so far. At the 64th GF Council meeting in June of last year, the establishment of the Global Diversity Framework Fund is approved. In that approved document, there were paragraphs 45 and 46 that included arrangements to establish an advisory group or advisory groups and an auxiliary body. Let me quickly read these paragraphs. Advisory group or advisory groups. Paragraph 45 reads as follows. The GBF Fund Council may establish an advisory group or advisory groups, which may include without limitation non-sovereign participants, taking into account further considerations such as a potential for conflict of interest and equity concerns for the purpose of providing advice and recommendations to the GBF Council. Paragraph 46 on the auxiliary body reads as follows. The GBF Fund Council will establish an auxiliary body which will include representatives of GBF Fund participants which are developing countries with areas of particular importance for biodiversity and ecosystem functions and services for the purpose of providing advice and recommendations to the GBF Fund Council, while recognizing that the GBF Fund Council remains the decision-making body. The auxiliary body will be comprised of experts nominated by national governments. The GBF Fund Council will agree on the terms of reference of the body, including membership and geographical representation. So based on these two paragraphs, the document in front of you further highlights how we make the auxiliary body establishment, as well as the decision for the council to decide on the advisory group establishment. First, on the establishment of the advisory groups. Let me highlight main elements for the establishment of an advisory group or groups for your consideration. Then we will go into non-sovereign advisory group in the next slides. Establishment advisory groups, the GBF Council may establish an advisory group or groups to provide advice and recommendations to council. Council is to decide on the need to establish any advisory group, and each group is to have, did I do this right? Okay, sorry. Each group to have a terms of reference with specific focus of work of relevance to the GBF Fund, its composition, modalities of work, as well as timeline. Council may request the Secretariat to develop a terms of reference for approval, and Council can further request specific tasks to be conducted by any advisory group. Any changes to the terms of reference will be decided by Council, and Council remains the decision-making body. Now on the advisory group for non-sovereign contributors. This slide highlights the purpose, composition, and establishment. And I have one more slide that's showing organization, modalities, and schedule. Very quickly, the purpose of the advisory group for non-sovereign contributors is to provide advice and recommendations to the GBFF Council on engagement of non-sovereign contributors in support of the implementation of the GBF Fund objectives and programming directions on relevant council agenda items. And the purpose also includes its ability to address specific topics or conduct specific tasks related to enhancing non-sovereign contributors, non-contributions, and engagement of additional non-sovereign contributions. Composition for the non-sovereign contributors would include philanthropies, private sector, and others. And all contributors, once they have finalized due diligence by the trustee, may join voluntarily as members. They have an option to join or not to join. Council can also decide to include non-contributors with relevant expertise and insights. And no member will be responsible for the GBFF project execution. And institutions and individuals with other roles are not eligible. And this is to ensure there is no real or perceived conflict of interest. Establishment is that the council will decide on its establishment, and group will become effective with confirmation of a contribution agreement with one non-sovereign entity by the trustee, or confirmation of non-contributing members by the council. Council may assess composition and mandates of the group and decide on modification. On the organization, modalities, and schedule, there will be one chair elected among members, and there will be a two-year chair term from group establishment with due consideration among the 3 terms for gender, regional, sector balance to the extent possible. Members will participate without pay. In terms of modalities, Chatham House rules to allow candid dialogue, and incidentally, this has been the modality used for the private sector working group also, advisory group. Chair is to present to council advice and recommendations of group, and the group may consult with institutions within the GEF partnership, including but not limited to scientific and technical advisory panel, GBFF council observers, and others to consider inputs, and also invite additional specialists and experts to stimulate and inform the discussion. In terms of schedule, the group will operate until December 31st, 2030, unless council decides otherwise. It will meet twice a year prior to council to discuss relevant council agenda items, and to also respond to any specific council requests, as well as and to provide response to those. Meeting may be called with a 1-month written notice, and all meetings will take place in a virtual mode. Okay, so this slide basically summarizes the updates made to the document in front of you compared to the version you all discussed in February during the first council. There was a request to further clarify the focus of work, so it has been reflected in the draft. There were discussions as to the requirements to constitute the group, and we have modified that requirement from having 3 effective contribution agreement by the trustee to 1, and the confirmation of non-contributor member by the council. And we made it very clear it is the advisory group is open to others, and additional members and due diligence may be discussed from the 3rd GBFF council onwards. So it's up to you to decide what types of additional non-contributor members to include and how we go about selecting them. We also modified the modalities so that the advisory group will meet virtually. And this is in reflection of conversation that took place in February, as well as follow-up discussions. Now, I will present 2 similar slides on the auxiliary body. And similar to the advisory group, we will talk about the purpose, composition, establishment, as well as organization, modalities, and the schedule. First slide talks about the purpose, the composition, and establishment. The auxiliary body is to provide advice and recommendation to the GBFF Council in a comprehensive and independent manner. And this is concerning the implementation of the programming directions of the GBFF. Body of experts to provide independent, impartial, unbiased inputs based on technical and scientific expertise. And no member will represent an entity responsible for project execution. In terms of composition, each GEF constituency that includes developing countries is invited to nominate maximum 2 experts per term from the interested countries within your own constituency. And each constituency can also request to modify the term within calendar year for continuity. And this was an issue that was raised to make sure not all the experts will rotate at once. So we're indicating that there is a flexibility within each of the constituencies to modify the rotation within the calendar year. Each country may have 1 expert per term. And countries will declare to have areas of particular importance for biodiversity and ecosystem functions. Experts will have relevant biodiversity ecosystem management experience recognized by the nominating governments. In terms of establishment, the council member for that particular constituency, after consultation with interested developing countries and constituency, will communicate nominated experts and reasons. Council may assess composition and mandates of the group and decide on the modification. An individual with other roles, such as agency staff, consultants, observers, or members or alternates of council and other bodies and committees are not eligible to take part in the auxiliary body as an expert. So in terms of organizational modalities and schedule, we have retained or proposing to have a 2 co-chair system elected among members with consideration to gender, regional sector balance. Members and co-chairs to serve 1 term with each term as stipulated below, and members will participate without pay. Similar to the advisory group, it will be Chatham House to allow candid dialogue, and co-chairs are to present to council advice and recommendations of the body, with 1 attending in person, another virtually. And this is in the case the council is meeting in person. The body may consult with institutions with GEF partnership, including but not limited to staff, GBFF council observers, to consider inputs and invite additional specialists and experts to stimulate and also inform the discussions. Schedule is that the body will operate until December 31st, 2030, unless decided otherwise by the council. It will meet twice a year prior to GBF Fund Council to discuss relevant council agenda items and to respond to specific council requests as they may arise. Meetings may also be called with a 1-month written notice, and all meetings will take place virtually. So this is a summary of the modifications made to the terms of reference. There was a request to further clarify the focus of work, so the document in front of you has reflected additional clarity. There were also a number of comments and requests to update the composition. And one step we have taken is that the constituency may request to modify the date of rotation of experts to enable continuity. And we clarify that each country may have 1 expert per term, and experts can serve 2 terms if agreed by the nominating constituency. Modalities have been modified so that auxiliary body will meet virtually, and we have retained the co-chair arrangements with travel costs of 1 co-chair to attend council covered by the GBFF, and the other co-chair to attend virtually. So with that, here's a recommended council decision. It will look quite similar to what you have seen in February, except for the document date. And we're now requesting, you are requesting the report to the GBFF Council on progress made on their establishment to the 3rd GBFF Council. With that, thank you very much. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Chisu. I think for that wonderful presentation. I will now open the floor for questions and comments from the honorable council members with the support of the secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Anil, you have the floor.
Thank you for the presentation, actually. Yeah, I just have only a fundamental question of having 2 groups around. The auxiliary group, yeah, I understand, that gives a fair representation, as well as the experts who will be who have much more knowledge of the ground, and they can contribute to the proposals and the activities of GBF which has been undertaken. But as an advisory group, I mean, what is the value addition which is coming in? Because most of the functions, what you all described here, is already being done either by the auxiliary group members or by the secretariat too. So I really want to see, I mean, what is the value addition you all are bringing in by having an advisory group and another layer in between? That's my question. Thank you.
Okay, Abigail, you have the floor.
Good morning to everyone. Since this is the first time I'm intervening with the full council this morning, I wanted to take a moment to reflect on what's going on outside. I know you come to Washington and you sit in conference rooms that are overly air conditioned. And you're sort of, not necessarily, we feel this way when we travel. We're somewhere, but we're not actually in the country itself. But I just wanted to take a moment to share that today in the United States, we are celebrating our newest federal holiday, which is Juneteenth. President Biden signed the law declaring Juneteenth to be a federal holiday in 2021. Juneteenth is part of the history of the Civil War. It marks America's second Independence Day. During the Civil War in 1863, President Lincoln, Abraham Lincoln, signed the Emancipation Proclamation, which legally ended slavery in the Confederate States. And the proclamation itself is at the National Archives if you wanted to go over and look at it. It's on display this week. But it wasn't until June 19th, 1865, when Union soldiers arrived in Galveston, Texas, 2.5 years after the proclamation was declared, that the last enslaved people in the Confederacy learned of their freedom. This is a holiday that was always celebrated in Galveston, Texas, and it became a state holiday in Texas in 1980. And it finally, after a lot of significant grassroots effort, became a federal holiday in 2021. Juneteenth marks a day when America took a step closer to delivering liberty for all. It's a holiday where we celebrate freedom and equality, but we also reflect on the very painful mark that slavery has left on our history and the continued struggle that we have every day to live up to the ideals in our Constitution. So I hope that everyone is able to take some time to reflect today on that moment, and also to enjoy the fact that you'll be able to get a seat on the Metro, because federal employees, the ones sitting here excluded, are actually enjoying the federal holiday. And just to also enjoy some of the celebrations that you might find taking place in DC. So just wanted to reflect upon that, and to, as the secretary did for all of her employees, wish you all happy Juneteenth. Also, I'd like to acknowledge Quebec's contribution to the GBFF. Welcome to the GEF family, or the GEF and GBFF family. With those introductions aside, just to formally note, we support these terms of reference. Chiz, we thank you for the clarifications and minor modifications. For the auxiliary body, we appreciate that the working document highlights that the membership must be independent from governments, and that it will provide independent, impartial, and unbiased inputs based on scientific and technical expertise. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'll now give the floor to Konkon, followed by Victoria. Konkon, you have the floor.
Thank you, and thank you, Abigail, for that piece of history. The Southern African constituency would like to appreciate the work that is being done in establishing both the auxiliary body and the advisory groups. Since the size of the auxiliary body will not have any cost implications on the secretariat, as meetings will be virtual, we recommend that membership within the auxiliary body be expanded for constituencies that declare to have considerable levels of biodiversity and ecosystem functions, including the Southern African constituency. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now give the floor to Victoria. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi. Our constituency welcomes the idea to establish an advisory group to the GBFF, and responding also to the question of India, we think an advisory group can be really instrumental in providing advice and recommendations to the Council. As we said in the past, at previous meetings, we strongly believe that the advisory group should include from its very beginning non-contributors and possible future contributors without a complicated process. This is indeed very important to some members of our constituency, including Belgium and Luxembourg. We think that the advisory group of non-sovereign participants can be very useful to motivate and convince new actors from the private sector to contribute financially to the GBFF in the future. And so that is why we think that also non-contributors should be included from the very beginning, as they may consider to contribute after their inclusion and a positive experience in the group. In addition, we have the impression that restricting this advisory group to contributors is a bit bizarre, as there's no minimum level of contribution to the GBFF, which would make someone be considered a contributor. However, finally, in the spirit of reaching a compromise, we can agree to accept this document. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now give the floor to Annette. The floor is yours.
Thanks very much, Naomi, and thanks very much to Abigail for reminding us of the importance of this day for you today in the US. And thanks very much for your service and your team service and the World Bank service and everybody who has a holiday today to actually be here and work. I know how that feels. I've been in that situation. Germany welcomes the GEF Secretariat's revised proposal on the terms of reference for the advisory group of non-sovereign participants and auxiliary body. We have no objections to the proposed modification to open the advisory group to non-contributors. Very much appreciate Victoria's arguments just now. We do ask the GEF Secretariat to provide us with an update on the developments and discussions with non-sovereign contributors, as this topic is very important to us. And if you have any information to the state to share, who has sort of announced any interest in joining this advisory body, we'd be very grateful. For the auxiliary body, we welcome the modifications to convene the meetings virtually and support the proposal to cover the travel costs for one co-chair attending the council meeting in person. We have a question around the nominations. Could the GEF Secretariat clarify the exact nomination procedure, or is that within the authority of the nominating country? The auxiliary body should give a louder voice to developing countries who don't always receive the necessary attention in the GEF partnership. So Germany therefore proposes that within a constituency, mainly countries can nominate experts who do not already serve as council members or alternates. We also suggest to have at least one expert per world region and to maintain gender balance in the auxiliary body. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Annette. So we will now give some time to Chizuru to react to these comments. Chizuru, back to you.
Thank you so much and happy Juneteenth. And thank you, Abby, for a little bit of a historical context, which really makes us appreciate what today is all about. So in terms of the questions, first and foremost, thank you for the positive response for many of you. On the question raised by Anil in terms of the merit of having two groups, I believe that the council members that took the floor clarified that there is merit to having an opportunity as well as a context for those who might be in a position to make contributions, as well as those who can provide inputs for how to engage more widely with the non-sovereign players. We do think this is a good platform to enable them to be able to participate in the GBFF deliberations. On the comment raised by Konkon, thank you for expressing the view to expand the auxiliary body. That element, we believe, was discussed during the first GBFF council meeting. And I do think as of now, there is also the feedback we have received is that we would want to have some kind of ways to have equitable representation per constituency. So what we're presenting is, we believe, as a reflection of deliberations as well as comments received from the council, including quite a number of recipient constituencies. So I just wanted to highlight that. Victoria's comments as well as reflection of inputs from Belgium and Luxembourg, very much appreciate that. And our intent is really not to make this overly complicated, as also Germany reflected upon. We just need to make sure that there is a clear process. And ultimately, this is a decision up to the council to decide who to add and how to get them on board. And we do think council can make that decision and not make it complicated at all. So we will be there to support that process in the deliberations and the decision making. So in terms of the update on the non-contributors, I'm going to ask perhaps Carlos Manuel to come in later. And the question of the nomination of procedure, what we have put in here is how we, basically the broad headlines. After this has been agreed upon, we will obviously send a notification from our side to the all the constituencies as to the timeline, as well as what is to be expected. And if there is any support needed from our side, we would be happy to facilitate. So with that, thank you so much.
Thank you, Chis. We will now continue with the list of speakers, starting with Gabriela, who is joining us online. Gabriela, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Noemi, and good morning, colleagues. And also thanks to Abigail for the embedding the historic day today in the United States. So on the TOR and decision, we agree with the proposed TOR and support the adoption of the decision as is. And we really hope that it can be adopted today. And so in that regard, also, we understand there were, push and pulls in one and the other direction, and maybe we would have liked to see some little change there and here, but we decided not to push for that, with the understanding that the document as is probably the closest to compromise for everybody. So we hope that the council can move forward and adopt it today, so that the auxiliary body and the advisory body can take up its work. And I just wanted to flag that we already have in my constituency at least one country who's very interested to participate and to contribute their knowledge in the local implementation of biodiversity projects in Central Asia. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I'll now give the floor to Yoshi, followed by Stefan. So Yoshi, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi. I'd like to thank the staff for preparing about the revised document. And this time, I'd like to make 3 comments. First, we think that much of GBFF budget should be used for project implementation. Travel expenses for developing country attendees for meetings of advisory group and auxiliary bodies to be paid from the GBFF budget, and the operating costs should be saved so that these expenditures are minimized. In this regard, it is commendable that the content of the proposal, compared to the proposal at the first council meeting, reduces travel expenses for these meetings to only the chairperson. We should try to reduce expenses as much as possible and make effective use of the fund. Second, the TOR of the advisory group is very important from the perspective of increasing the incentive for fund contributors to attract contributions from all sources, including the private sector. On the other hand, if the composition of the advisory group is not based on the size and share of contributions, problems from the perspective of sustainability can be anticipated.
We think that the composition of the group may need it to consider focusing on resource mobilization for GBFF. Finally, I would like to confirm again this time, just in case, that the advisory group and the auxiliary body, advisory and supportive bodies to the GBFF Council, and that all decisions regarding the GBFF can be made independently by the GBFF Council as the highest decision-making body of GBFF. Thank you very much. Back to the chair.
Thank you very much. We will now continue with Stéphane, followed by Richard. Stéphane, floor is yours.
Thank you, Amy. Je parlais français. Tout d'abord, pour remercier le secrétariat pour cette proposition, ces nouveaux termes de référence que nous sommes prêts à soutenir en l'état. Je pense que plusieurs des demandes ont été entendues, plusieurs de nos demandes ont été entendues. Je pense qu'on est devant un compromis acceptable. Plusieurs choses à souligner. Premièrement, comme vient de le faire le Japon, les modalités de travail flexibles et virtuelles permettront d'économiser sur les coûts, ce qui est une bonne chose. Le fonctionnement suivant les règles de Chatham House, je pense aussi c'est une bonne idée. Et puis, surtout, ça nous permettra de répondre à la décision de la COP de Montréal, qui a été encore renouvelée lors du SBI 4, qui s'est réuni il y a quelques semaines à Nairobi. Et je pense que c'est vraiment important qu'on trouve une décision sur ce dossier pour enfin compléter la gouvernance GBFF et démontrer à quel point on applique avec sérieux et diligence les demandes de l'enceinte politique qui nous surplombe. Juste un point important, je voudrais soutenir l'intervention de Victoria au sujet de l'advisory group. Premièrement, pour souligner à quel point, de notre point de vue, cette enceinte peut être utile et intéressante pour justement aider le GBFF à davantage mobiliser les financements privés au niveau global, mais aussi au niveau des projets. Et deuxièmement, pour souligner, comme elle l'a fait, la pertinence à ouvrir ce groupe à des non-contributeurs. Et de ce point de vue, nous encourageons le secrétariat à vraiment faire connaître, communiquer au maximum la création de ce groupe pour susciter des marques d'intérêt, non seulement de contributeurs, mais également de non-contributeurs, afin que nous puissions rediscuter de ce sujet lors du prochain conseil en fin d'année avec une liste de candidats. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Stéphane. We will now continue with Richard, followed by Barbara. Richard, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And we're supportive of the terms of reference and the decision as presented in draft form. We also recognise that there's been a tremendous amount of work put into the development of these revised terms of reference. In the spirit of compromise, I think we've landed in a very sensible place. In terms of what we want to get out of this, the outcome we want is we want good technical advice to improve the quality of the work of the GBFF and the quality of projects in terms of the concepts and the implementation. So the more expertise we bring in through these groups, I think the better positioned we are to deliver outcomes for the GBF framework. Just on the auxiliary group, the advisory group, I think we agree with the proposal to include both contributing and non-contributing members on the basis it's increasing the basis or the extent of advice coming through. But like Germany has also raised, I'd be interested to see what discussions have taken place with the private sector and philanthropy and whether there is potential or significant potential for additional contributions. I think in due course, it's worth considering whether or not the advisory group is functioning as we want it to, recognizing there may be a need to have a greater voice for contributors from non-sovereign contributors. So I think what we're proposing here makes considerable sense to get it operational. But at some point, if we want to entice greater contributions, there may be a need to revisit that. But I do know that there's options for more than one advisory group. So I think there's considerable flexibility to make that work in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now continue with Barbara. Floor is yours.
I'm always looking for the little green light. Here we go. Thank you very much for the work that was done on the tours between February and now. Canada is supportive of them as presented. I think this is a really important piece of business that needs to get done. It was sort of agreed upon at the 64th meeting discussed in February. I think this is a great time to bring closure to it. It's our opinion that these bodies will have great potential in terms of providing expert advice to the council in a very constructive way. When it comes to the advisory group, we're certainly comfortable with it including non-contributors also. I think that flexibility provides some very interesting avenues for us as a council. I'm also just very excited about what the advisory group will bring. Having Quebec address the table today gives us a glimpse of a variety of interlocutors we might have down the road. In terms of the auxiliary body, I think it will be important to have a broad and open mindset in terms of interested countries being able to participate in really getting the benefit from those who want to engage on that body. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'll now give the floor to Chizuru so she can react to your comments. Chizuru, back to you.
Thank you very much. And also thank you for the broad supportive comments from a number of council members. We very much appreciate. So specific comments as well as from Japan, Hyokai-san. In terms of your question, there was a specific question on the role of the council versus these groups. And just to clarify, the council remains a decision-making body. So inputs as well as suggestions, recommendations may come from the group and advisory body. It's up to council at the end of the day to utilize that inputs to lead to any decision-making. And thanks also for the good inputs. And I think from France and also Switzerland. As indicated in terms of the advisory group, we do note that there are multiple, I guess, aspirations of what this advisory group can and may do. And we do recognize that, and we will move towards, as requested, on how we go about offering the non-contributing members to be part of this, and we will get moving on this one, and so that the council can make decisions in an expeditious and practical manner. On questions from Richard in terms of what kinds of inputs we've so far had from potential contributors, once again, I'm going to defer to the CEO to touch upon that perhaps later. And we do take note of that there perhaps may be an option needed to do some level of assessment of the functioning and the role that the groups are being played. And this is squarely in the hands of the council to be able to modify the TOR as well as to do an assessment of the work that's being done. And if should there be a need to do so, the Secretariat will be, of course, there to support any deliberations as well as decisions that would need to be taken by council. So with that, I'm handing it back to you.
Thank you very much, Chi. So we will continue with the list of participants, starting with Karim. You have the floor.
morning, and thank you for giving me the floor. We express our appreciation for the efforts made by the GBFF and CBD secretariats. However, our constituency would like to address a few points relating to our constituency. First of all, on behalf of I would like to thank the various convention. Sorry. However, our constituency would like to address a few points relating to our constituency. Within the framework of the GBFF, North Africa constituency has some projects that were rejected, as I said, without informing countries about the reasons of the rejections. Request for that some clarification to make sure our upcoming projects will be aligned with the GBFF criteria and directions. We would like also to highlight the small amounts allocated within the framework of the GBFF and the indexation of the calculation of this amount in relation to the total amount of the BD Star country. That remains a question which for our constituency raises the question of equity in the allocation of resources and therefore in relation to the effectiveness in achieving the objectives of the new global framework for biodiversity drawn up at the Montreal conference, in which they didn't agree on putting specific formula. Finally, our constituency asked for more clarity on the procedures of the designation by countries of person to be part as expert of actuary and advisory groups, knowing that the deadline are for next month, and our constituency would like to be part of this actuary body. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. I'll now give the floor to the representative of philanthropic and conservation organizations. The floor is yours.
Good morning. My name is Catalina Góngora. I am speaking on behalf of the Nature Positive Initiative. Dear Chair and distinguished delegates, we consider that the approval of the terms of reference of the auxiliary body and the advisory group is a critical issue in order to strengthen the GBFF governance and provoke a more dynamic interaction between the different actors involved in the flow of resources and actions to implement the GBF. We consider that the role of the auxiliary body is critical to better understand the dynamics, challenges, and needs related to institutional capacity, technology transfer, inclusion, and participation engagement, and other aspects that developing and cultural and biological diverse countries face up while implementing the GBF. We believe that the auxiliary body will produce information and recommendation that can strengthen the functioning of the GBFF and bring the parties on the convention closer to a greater understanding of needs and challenges, and consequently direct resources to overcome those challenges and thus reduce the financing gap to achieve global biodiversity objectives. On the other hand, we consider that the appointment of experts for the auxiliary body should take into account expertise in biodiversity and ecosystem functions, not only related to terrestrial and marine contexts, but also related to inner water ecosystems, which is a critical group of ecosystems for biodiversity action and maintain nature contribution to people. Additionally, we consider that it's important to consider expertise on sustainable use management and IPLC participation in conservation action. In fact, considering IPLC role and importance on their contribution to the GBF, as was discussed deeply in Nairobi, we encourage countries to consider IPLC expertise for the nomination on the auxiliary body. Finally, we recommend that the meetings of the auxiliary body and the advisory group be called more than a month before the sessions, and that the working documents be included in the call so they can meet with the expected actors such as countries, observers, and other experts, and be enough prepared to their meeting. Thank you, Chair and Council members.
Thank you very much. We will now continue with the Women Caucus representative. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I'm speaking on behalf of CBD Women's Caucus regarding the composition of the advisory group and to comply with Target 19 of the GBF, in particular regarding, and I quote, the effective, timely, and easy access to financial resources that would enhance the role of collective actions. Non-contributors, representatives of Indigenous peoples, local communities, women, and youth should be ensured a place in both advisory group and in the auxiliary body. Furthermore, we respectfully ask for clarification on what the term observer stands for in paragraph 16 and 38 of the documents we are reviewing. We strongly suggest that a clarification to this reference is included in the TOR for both the advisory group and the auxiliary body, as both should be better aligned to targets 22 and 23 and section C of the GBF. Indigenous peoples, local communities, women, and youth should have a place secured in both the advisory group and the auxiliary body. We also seek clarification on which would be the relevant topics when addressing the organization of work of the advisory group as mentioned in paragraph 19. We consider that this advisory group should engage in all topics regarding the GBF fund implementation. Continuing with the modalities of work of the advisory group, we request that this body engage in consultation with observers of the GBF Fund Council on a regular basis and not on a voluntary or sporadic basis, so the input could be taken into consideration in its work. This should be an established practice for the auxiliary body too. Finally, when addressing the council engagement in assessing the advisory group mandate, we strongly advise on strengthening the alignment to GBF Section C and targets 22 and 23. Coming to auxiliary body, we would like to highlight that this body is to include individuals that have relevant biodiversity and ecosystem management experiences, and as such provide technical advice and recommendation to the GBF Fund Council on biodiversity, ecosystems, and ecosystem services. This mandate should be broadened to include all topics covered by the GBF to ensure the auxiliary body addresses the whole of society and the whole of government approach. There is no biodiversity conservation and sustainable use without people. Indigenous people, local communities, women, and youth have the needed expertise called for in the establishment of this auxiliary body, and their traditional practices and knowledge has proven to be highly effective for the conservation of biodiversity and ecosystem functions and services, as recognized by science and also by the GEF. Furthermore, this demand is based on the fact that this is also a practice within the CBD advisory and expert committees, where Indigenous people, local communities, women, and youth have one secured place. Therefore, and in line with paragraph 46 of the GEF Council document, establishment of a new trust fund, the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund, specifically to the reference to the membership and geographical representation that the GEF Council will agree on the terms of reference of the auxiliary body. We urge the Council to include in its composition experts nominated by Indigenous peoples, local communities, women, and youth representations that are observers to this Council. We want to point out that the involvement of youth is not considered in this auxiliary body, and it should be. Young women possess an inherent ability to push things forwards and signal particular aspects for impact in the long run. Their views and proposals will greatly benefit the GBF fund deliberations, and they should be also included in the composition of this auxiliary body. All groups should have 2 co-chairs to ensure equitable representation and shared leadership. Paragraph 18 for the advisory group and 39 for the auxiliary body. Finally, we respectfully ask for clarification on the wording in paragraph 34, as it is referring only to the programming directions of GEF and not to support the implementation of the GBF fund objectives. We also point out that some adjustment might be needed in the serving terms addressed in the second bullet of paragraph 36, as paragraph 37 calls for a written communication sent to the GF CEO 45 days prior to the start of each term regarding the nominated experts and the reason for nominations. Thank you, Council, for your attention and support.
Thank you very much. We will now continue with the youth representative. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I represent the Youth Observers, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Global Youth Biodiversity Network. We thank the Secretariat for updating the terms for the advisory groups and auxiliary body However, we would like to take this opportunity to make some additional contributions to same. Regarding the advisory group, we remain attentive to the possible conflicts of interest between the private sector and decisions involving resource mobilization for biodiversity conservation. The due diligence process must include mechanisms to ensure that the selected members will provide independent input and impartial and unbiased reports based on technical and scientific expertise. Additionally, we seek clarification on which would be the relevant topics when addressing the organization of work of the advisory group and reinforce that the advisory group of non-sovereign contributors must be meticulous in thinking about the design of the mechanisms to unlock, mobilize, and leverage financial resources in order to expand the GBFF resources. Regarding the auxiliary group, we draw attention to the lack of definition of areas of particular importance for biodiversity and ecosystem functions and services. It is essential to equally recognize experts on cultural ecosystem functions and services or non-material nature's contributions to people. We suggest that this reference is to be included in the text proposal so that it does not go unnoticed, with the potential consequence of having greater attention focused only on areas with potential consequence for having focused on areas of importance for biological diversity to the detriment of socio-ecological and sociocultural diversity. Indigenous people, local communities, women and youth experts should also be included and considered in this process. Furthermore, both in cases of the advisory group and auxiliary group, we consider essential to strengthen the dialogue with observers. Therefore, in paragraphs 22 and 42, we suggest adding a reference that reads, shall consult with observers of GBFF. Finally, we reinforce the message that we would like the advisory group to also work to cover all relevant topics regarding rights holders' involvement in supporting the implementation and monitoring of the GBFF. It is therefore essential to ensure that they focus on equitable, inclusive, effective, and gender and youth-sensitive representation and participation in decision-making and direct access to financial resources. In this sense, we recommend that at the third GBFF Council meeting, the creation of an advisory group dedicated to monitoring and seeking to improve GBFF's relationship with Indigenous peoples, local communities, women, and youth are to be discussed, considering including among other demands, a better definition of how to account for the aspirational 20% for Indigenous peoples and local communities, define guidelines that support the design and implementation of projects with responsive approaches to women and youth, and improve the criteria for bottom-up selection of implementation agencies. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I'll now give the floor to Laura. Floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. We also welcome the modified terms of reference and recommended draft decision. We thank the Secretariat for your work you have done since the February Council meeting. I recall from our discussions in Brazil that one of the original ideas for the advisory group was to incentivize non-sovereign contributors to contribute and thereby to offer them also a meaningful channel to provide advice and recommendations. We believe this should be the priority of the group, although we are also open for other participants to join. The advisory group is expected to meet twice a year before the council meeting. It would be important to have the group's contribution well ahead of the meeting so that the constituencies have enough time to familiarize with the advice. We support the idea of the group meeting virtually. For us, it is important that the new fund is using its scarce resources wisely. And finally, as the council may decide to modify the advisory group composition to include non-contributors that may have relevant expertise and insights, how many members do you foresee for this group, since there is no maximum number? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now give some time to Chizuru to respond to your comments. Chizuru, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And thank you for a lot of enthusiasm as well as interest in this topic, as reflected in numerous interventions. First, the comments from Karim Baba. On your first point on the project support, I suggest we discuss this in the next agenda item when we have the occasion to present the work program as well as the selection rounds. On the question of the clarity of the selection of experts, as indicated, it's in the hands of countries, interested countries, to nominate an expert, and it's then within the constituencies to decide which two experts to be nominated for which term. And there was also a question on this particular element by others, and I think this was perhaps a youth representative. I'm sorry if I missed it. As to the lack of definition of important biodiversity and ecosystem. And we fully acknowledge that. And I just want everybody to be reminded that this particular phrasing was discussed and negotiated and agreed upon by the council members to be reflected in the terms of reference. And because there is no agreed definition, what we're proposing is that then it's up to countries that would want to nominate experts to define what that means for your particular country. And then it's up to the constituency to decide who would take part in the three terms as stipulated in the terms of reference. So there's quite a bit of flexibility as well as the country ownership. Perhaps that's not the best way to say this, but in a way, this is up to countries to articulate what the phrasing means. And we decided that it's not really feasible for the GEF or in the terms of reference document to define and codify what that means. So this is the reflection of the conversations we've had so far. Also, thank you for good comments on the role of observers and observe. I would like to draw attention to the council rules of procedure, which was as part of the last council meeting. And in that document, there is clarification on what it means to observe and who might be invited and by whom. And that basically codifies the role of what it means to have an observer. For the GBFF, in the establishment of the GBFF document, there was an agreement to include specific observers that are represented here, such as women, youth, philanthropies, and so on and so forth. And that's how we're implementing the establishment decision vis-a-vis the engagement observers. At the end of the day, what observers do, please refer to the rules of procedure for council. There should be clarity in that. And thank you also from Laura as well others that having sufficient time to have an opportunity for these groups to consider documents as well as have meaningful discussions. We will make sure that there is clarity when the documents are posted, so that and the meetings are organized, so that there can be a useful as well as effective way for the groups to consider what's being put on the agenda, and also sufficient time should there be specific requests from the council for the groups to consider. We will make sure that we will circle back and support the groups in order for them to be able to consider and deliberate in the effective manner. Laura, you had a question as to how many experts, how many members of the advisory group. As of now, there is no upper limit. This is up to council to decide and deliberate in the subsequent council discussions. So with that, thank you.
Thank you very much, Chis. We will now continue with the list of speakers, starting with Jonas. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Well, firstly, thank you to the US for encouraging us to take some time to reflect on this important day of Juneteenth. This day holds profound significance, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to honor and commemorate it together with you. Our constituency supports the recommended council decision to approve the draft TOR of the advisory group and the auxiliary body. We'd also like to support the comments made by France, Finland, and others regarding the advisory group and the importance this group can play in mobilizing resources to the GBFF from private and non-sovereign sources. Furthermore, our constituency expects that all costs related to the advisory group and the auxiliary body will be within the budget approved at the first council meeting in February. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We will now continue with Ramon. Floor is yours. Yeah, can you help, please, Ramon, to access his microphone? Do you see your microphone green, Ramon, so you can?
No.
No.
Still not green.
All right, so maybe from IT, can you help?
No.
There you go, Ramon.
Thank you. Just three messages. I intervene in Spain, sorry. Tres mensajes simplemente que queríamos transmitir sobre los órganos de asesoramiento. Vemos bien la posibilidad de que el Consejo proponga la inclusión de otros participantes no soberanos, aunque no sean contribuyentes. Entendemos que esto podría dar cabida a diversas organizaciones que puedan traer ideas o conexiones para movilizar potenciales contribuyentes en el futuro, ¿vale? El sector privado, filantropía y otros. El segundo mensaje sería sobre el órgano auxiliar para la representación de países con áreas de importancia para la biodiversidad. En este sentido, queríamos felicitar a la Secretaría por la forma en que ha reflejado en el texto la importancia de contar con expertos que aporten una visión imparcial, independiente y basada simplemente en el conocimiento técnico y científico. Es un tema relevante para nosotros y que destacamos en la anterior reunión. Y finalmente, el último mensaje sería que creemos que la prioridad general compartida entre todos nosotros debería ser lograr adoptar estos términos de referencia, adoptar un compromiso y poder ir avanzando, consolidando el funcionamiento del Fondo del Marco Global de Biodiversidad y de tal manera que podamos reportar resultados a la COP en Colombia. Gracias.
Muchas gracias. We will now continue with Sofía. Floor is yours. Yeah, you're good to go. Yeah.
Vamos a continuar en español. Bueno, en la última sesión de los órganos subsidiarios de la CBD, se pide al Consejo, hoy reunido, que podamos adoptar el mandato del órgano auxiliar y del grupo consultivo. Vemos hoy con optimismo esa oportunidad para responder a ese mandato. Para nuestra circunscripción, el órgano subsidiario es crítico para incrementar la eficacia del apoyo a la implementación del marco Kunming-Montreal. Este arreglo institucional da cuenta de la importancia de responder al enfoque de todo el gobierno y toda la sociedad del marco, que está en el corazón mismo de esta propuesta, así como el reconocimiento del rol que tienen los países en desarrollo, en particular los que tienen una mayor responsabilidad en el cumplimiento del marco. Entendiendo el rol del GBFF, es importante resaltar que la COP en su momento encomendó al GEF que el fondo fiduciario contaba con su propio órgano rector equitativo, que se dedicara exclusivamente a apoyar la consecución de los objetivos y metas del marco. El diseño de ese consejo, como órgano rector, debería haber reflejado un balance más apropiado, especialmente para aquellos países que tienen esa responsabilidad mayor en frente a la conservación y el uso sostenible de la biodiversidad. Ahora, Con respecto a la composición del órgano auxiliar, como lo manifestamos en las discusiones en el Consejo pasado, preferiríamos un órgano más amplio, en línea también con el planteamiento que había hecho Concon, pero en aras de lograr un compromiso, estamos dispuestos a apoyar el documento. También dijimos en las consultas virtuales que sería mejor que los dos coaches vinieran presencialmente al Consejo. Así podríamos garantizar representatividad y su presencia en caso de necesidad. Nótense aquí algunas dificultades logísticas de conectividad que tienen algunos países en desarrollo para poder asistir al Consejo. Sin embargo, estamos dispuestos también a aceptar esta versión del documento. Con respecto al Advisory Group, reconocemos que puede contribuir y que debe contribuir a responder a la necesidad de contar con recursos previsibles, suficientes y oportunos y a fortalecer el rol del GBFF en este contexto. Estamos de acuerdo con que este grupo debería ser más inclusivo desde su punto inicial e incluir miembros que no sean contribuyentes. Desde la Secretaría se nos ha expresado la dificultad de establecer procesos equivalentes a due diligence para aquellos distintos actores. En ese sentido, nos gustaría pedir a la Secretaría que se haga un benchmark con otros fondos para traer lecciones aprendidas que nos puedan permitir avanzar en la inclusividad de este grupo. Estamos listos para seguir el consenso y para responder al mandato que nos ha dado el órgano subsidiario para la implementación de la CBD. Muchísimas gracias.
Muchas gracias. We will now continue online with Gisela. Floor is yours, Gisela.
Thank you, Noemi. Thanks, Shizuru, for the revised paper. It addressed many of the initial points that we had. So, but still we have some reservation. I could say not strong reservation, but some reservation. The first one is on the advisory group. While I see merits in the points, in the comments raised by Victoria on having in the advisory group also non-contributor contributors, originally this body was decided to include, to give the opportunity to non-sovereign contributors to be represented, they provide advice and recommendation to the council. So I hope, like Annette and Richard, that these will not give us a complicated process. But sorry. Another small reservation is on the auxiliary body. We would expect to have this body an agile and relatively small group. Another reservation is about the possibility for the expert to serve 2 terms. We would prefer to ensure a sound rotation of experts, meaning just 1 term of 2 years. And another point, another small reservation is about the fact that the nominated expert should not represent countries which are council members or alternate. So perhaps in paragraph 38, we could add a small revised wording that could reflect this point. Having said this, in the spirit of compromise, we are ready to support the document. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now give the floor to the representative of the Women Caucus. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you for giving us the floor again. But we would need further clarification on our enthusiastic participation. Our statement was addressing participation of women as well as of youth, indigenous peoples and local communities in the advisory group and the auxiliary body, and how these bodies should relate with women, as well as with youth, indigenous peoples, and local communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ben, the floor is yours.
Yeah, many thanks, and many thanks for the work that was being done since the first GBFF Council. This just very briefly, just to say that we very much support the revisions which have been made to the terms of reference and support the decision as it's been drafted. Many thanks.
Thank you very much. I don't see anyone else requesting the floor, so Cheese, back to you.
Thank you so much. Overall, I'm very appreciative of the support as well as spirit of compromise expressed. Very much appreciate that. I think I forgot to clarify one item that was brought up in the previous round, and it was a question of the engagement of for instance, the private sector, and how we go about ensuring there is no conflict of interest. And this, I think, was a comment from the youth observers, which we appreciate. Just to clarify, any potential contributor to the GBFF will go through a due diligence process by the trustee, and that will look into the issues related to the conflict of interest, both upstream as well as downstream, because we need to also make sure, as you rightfully pointed out, that there is no such concerns that would be manifesting by the fact of the contributions being made to this particular fund. So there is the procedure that the trustee has that will be applied to do the due diligence. And so also thank you from the comments raised by Sophia, and we do appreciate that your clarification also on that particular element related to what come out of the subsidiary body, that we will need to actually agree to this now, and appreciate that you highlighting that. And we do hear you in terms of the broader preference, but we do appreciate that the spirit of compromise being expressed here. And Gisela, comments from Italy in terms of some of the preferences in terms of the term not repeating, as well as and I think somebody else, perhaps Germany, mentioned that prefer that the council members are not represented. This element can also be captured in highlights as some council members raising this particular issue. And we can also try to do the same for the engagement of stakeholders that the women observers raise. And then we will make sure that those are actually captured in the deliberations, and that they will help inform how the groups will organize themselves. And just to clarify that there is an option at the end of the day for both groups, the group and bodies, to engage with the observers for the GBFF. And the GBFF observers do include women IPLC participation as well as others. So then whether there is a need to add specific categories to these, particularly on the advisory group, ultimately it's up to council to decide on that one. So with that, I'd like to thank you for all the supportive comments as well as engagement expressed so far. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheese. I see that Evans has requested the floor. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Naomi, and congratulations in your appointment. Since this is my first time to speak in this council meeting, I also want to congratulate Carlos for your reappointment for the next 4 years to lead us in this process. And thanks to Chise and Abgail also for their presentation. And good morning to council members, audience, and the colleagues. I just wanted to follow up on the submission that was made by Kong Kong, the council member for the Southern African constituency. And I've heard my colleague Sophia, also from the constituency she represents, about the composition of the auxiliary group. And considering that the constituencies we represent have variances in terms of the nature of biodiversity and ecosystems that we have, the Southern African constituency being probably one of the richest in terms of biodiversity and ecosystem richness. I wanted to just follow up and I think reiterate that you might need to consider the request that has been made regarding the numbers from the constituencies. Of course, well knowing that participation will be virtual and there will be no additional cost. But also, we have heard about about us being mindful of the numbers, but still I think we would need to seek your consideration that if we can maybe allow that we can have one or more additional representatives in the auxiliary body. And if you could maybe give us an update on this consideration, maybe in our next board meeting on the determination that you'll make in this regard. Thank you very much. And let me also congratulate the United States of America for this day today, as we observe together the history that happened several hundred years ago. We are with you and we'll make some effort to visit also the memorial site as you presented. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other speakers in the list, so Chisu, back to you. Okay, so I will now head back to the co-chair. Mr. Co-chair, there is no more participants on the list.
Thank you very much, Naomi. And thank you very much, council members, for those comments and inputs. And now, having completed all this, I will now invite council members to adopt the draft decision that is included in document GBF. So the GEF/GBF 0204.
I see no one requesting the floor, co-chair, so back to you.
The decision approved. Thank you so much for, thank you. All right, so I think, I don't know, from your end, it's supposed to be around lunchtime, so I'll allow the secretary to coordinate how lunch is supposed to be adopted at that level. So here we are almost in the evening, and I think for you, you are almost at the lunch time, so enjoy your lunch. I hope you're supposed to be back by, I think, the afternoon session should start at 4 o'clock. Sorry, 2 o'clock at your end.
Thank you, Mr. Co-chair. So now we're breaking for lunch. However, as we are a bit ahead of schedule, we will maintain a 1 hour and 30 minutes lunch, coming back at 1:30 to continue with agenda item 3. And for those council members funded by the GEF, we will be distributing the per diems at 2 times today. So right now during lunch, you will find just outside our room with a corridor door, so you can go inside, or after today's session in the afternoon, our team will also be there to support you. So we invite you to take advantage of these 2 times. Thank you and enjoy your lunch.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back, and we hope that you enjoy your lunch. So now we will continue with our agenda for today on the GBFF second agenda item, and I will now pass it to the chair.
Okay. Thanks, Noemi. So now we go to GBFF agenda item number 3, work program for the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund. I would like to invite Mr. Chizuru Aoki from the GEF Secretariat to introduce the document GEF/GBFF 02/03 work program for the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund. Chiz, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Carlos Manuel. Good afternoon, and I'm pleased to present the very first work program for the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund. The first work program comprises of 3 projects presented in this slide. And these 3 projects from Mexico and Brazil are requesting a total of $37.82 million. Let me very briefly present what these projects are aiming to address. First, the MEX 30x30 project by Conservation International aims to help the country advance towards the 30x30 target through long-term sustainable financing for the existing national protected areas. The project will strengthen the capacity of the National Commission for Protected Areas to pursue diverse financing options, use a project finance for permanence approach, and invest in conservation, restoration, and sustainable management with the engagement of indigenous peoples and local communities who will receive support to enhance their governance capacity. The second project in Brazil by Fumbio on biodiversity conservation in indigenous lands aims to restore, protect, and maintain the biodiversity of indigenous lands. The project's focus is entirely on assisting the indigenous communities and their lands. The project strategy and innovation hinge on the role played by indigenous communities as primary project executors in the field, in addition to as primary beneficiaries. The third project in Brazil, the Caatinga Protected Areas Program, ARCA, by WWF, aims to enhance the conservation of the Caatinga biome through the expansion and improved management effectiveness of Brazil's national system of protected areas and endangered species conservation, based on science-based and participative approaches, as well as the engagement of indigenous people, traditional peoples, and local communities in protected area governance, management, and sustainable natural use. In total, these projects contribute to about half of the Kunming Montreal GBF targets. These projects have received STAP ratings of minor, and the percentage of resources allocated to support actions by IPLCs is shown in the slide in front of you. Collectively, the anticipated impacts include 8.2 million hectares of terrestrial and 22.2 million hectares of marine protected areas under improved management, 6.4 million hectares of landscape under improved practices, 54.5 million tons CO2 equivalent mitigated, 228,700 direct beneficiaries, 51% women, and also 62% resources allocated to support actions by the IPLC. These 3 projects presented to Council for approval were part of the first selection round of the first programming tranche of $211 million with the submission deadline of March 1. And I would like to remind that this particular selection round was specifically dedicated to countries and agencies in a position to submit a fully developed project by April 1st for the June 2024 GBFF work program. And this is in light of views as well as comments expressed during the first council meeting in February by council members to be able to consider a work program at the second GBFF council. In addition to these three projects, one PPG request from Gabon was also approved. This particular project has been circulated to council for a 4-week review. Okay, cut off. Following the first selection round, the second selection round was open from March 4 to April 1, 2024. This slide shows a list of 18 PPG requests, their agencies and total funding request. The Secretariat applied technical criteria to review and then select these 18 PPG requests for approval for a total of $70 million out of 66 submissions that requested $210 million. Additional portfolio analysis we will present in this presentation. So this slide summarizes the approved PPG requests to date, including the 3 projects presented to you as part of the work program, as well as the second selection round PPGs. And this is all out of the first programming tranche. Out of the total of 70 PPG requests submitted, 32 of which are from LDCs and SIDS, 22 have been approved, of which 11 are from LDCs and SIDS. These 22 PPG requests addresses biodiversity priorities in 24 countries, including 13 LDCs and SIDS. The total set aside of resources from these PPG requests, including fees, are $69.91 million. And adding the work program and fees to date, $101 million, or about 52% of the $211 million of the first programming tranche has been approved or set aside pending council or CEO approval. The CEO decides whether to approve PPG or PPG agency fee. Once the PPGs are approved by the CEO, the project financing and the project financing agency fee are set aside pending subsequent approval by council. Let me now present the portfolio analysis on targets. This slide summarizes the number of PPG requests submitted for each selection round, what was approved, and the analysis of submissions and selections for the LDCs and SIDS. The portfolio level targets as agreed upon in the programming directions are tracked. As of now, based on the 2 selection rounds, 26% of the $110 million set aside are for SIDS and LDCs. 6% of the $110 million program are through IFIs, and this is somewhat due to the limited number of submissions we have received from IFIs, including MDBs. And 35% of resources are supporting actions by IPLCs. This slide presents the analysis of the portfolio of the regional distribution. After the 2 selection rounds, we do have all regions with at least 1 PPG request approved. Some of you also requested to see the funding dedicated to SIDS and LDCs separated. So this slide presents that information. And the list of countries, once again, are shown in this slide, with color-coded. SIDS are shown in blue, LDCs are shown in, is this brown? Brown, and the rest of the countries are in black. Now, for the agency distribution, this slide presents that information. And as you can see, we're presenting what has been submitted, and also what has been approved and resources set aside as part of the PPG approval. There is a target on the 25% portfolio for the MDBs and IFIs. After the 2 selection rounds, 2 PPG requests have been approved from the IFIs. They account for approximately 7% of the total resource set aside. In terms of the total percentage of funds requested, MDBs and IFIs accounted for approximately 6% total of the request with 7 projects. While the data set is rather small to draw any statistically significant conclusions as of now, it is going to also evolve. WWF US currently has 33% of the funds approved or set aside for 6 PPG requests, followed by UNDP and Conservation International. Now, I have a couple of slides just to remind on the GBFF project cycle, because the GBFF project cycle is streamlined from the GEF project cycle. And we just want to make sure that what happens from here is clear to the council members. So to date, this is what's being shown in this slide. 8 weeks in advance of a GBFF council meeting today, the individual endorsement requests and the related cover note were posted and circulated to council members, staff, and the CBD Secretariat for you to provide any comments by the time of this meeting. And as of now, when we checked the portal last night, there were no comments submitted. This slide summarizes the council decision to be taken. The GBFF council decides whether to approve the entire work program or to exclude a project. For projects with no comments by council and/or the CBD Secretariat, or with comments rated concur by staff, the CEO issues endorsement letters immediately after council approval of the work program. And I should mention the council has 2 weeks to provide written comments post-council. Excluded projects may be considered in a future GBFF council meeting. Projects with comments have 3 months after the approval of the work program by the council to respond in a timely manner by receiving a CEO endorsement letter after the comments are cleared. Comments provided by the CBD Secretariat will be cleared by the GEF Secretariat. Comments provided by staff will be cleared by the Secretariat when comments are rated minor, and it is the case for the 3 projects in front of you in the work program. While staff will confirm its comments have been satisfactorily addressed for projects that are rated major. Comments provided by the GBFF council members will be cleared by the respective council member on a non-objection basis. And finally, after the CEO endorsement, the agency approves the project following its own internal procedures and begins implementation of the project set by the submission of the first disbursement report to the Secretariat. The Secretariat posts the endorsed project documents on the website in a manner that protects information received in confidence. Just to remind, projects have 12 months from the date of the CEO endorsement to start implementation, which is set by the submission of the first disbursement to the Secretariat. So with that, thank you very much. And back to you, Chair.
Thanks, Cheers for the presentation of the work program. With this, I would like to open the floor to council members for whatever intervention, questions, comments they want to do.
Anil, you have the floor.
Thank you for the nice presentation, and good afternoon. And we support all the proposals, approve all the proposals which has been shared. I just have one question here, because I found in one of your presentation where you said there are 39 submissions against the 43% of the allocation, especially on the UNDP side, because the allocations are very small. I mean, to most of the countries under the GBFF. I was just wondering whether when the proposals come in, is the funds getting too scattered around in the investments? If that could be slightly consolidated and maybe as like a regional project or something where, or at least the area is, includes 2 countries or 3 countries around the place. We have to see what's the requirement on the ground. That flexibility should be there. So the impact of the funds deployed could be much more than the smaller impacts in isolation. That was one of my questions, which, the suggestion which we can, if the Secretariat can consider, and also my fellow colleagues from the Council too. And another suggestion I have is that since this is the first batch of the projects which has gone through the Council, I would suggest that if you could share those details to the other focal point countries so that they have an idea of how the project should be formulated under the GBFF as against what they've been doing for the GEF, and also share and exchange ideas and the design features of the various type of projects which is done, because that will also help those countries then while they're designing their own projects for submission for GBFF funding. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now give the floor to the CSO network.
Thank you very much. The GEF CSO network wishes to congratulate the GBFF Council on this historic first work program for the GBFF. This has only been possible with the rapid establishment of the GBFF structure and initial contributions of finance, as well as a very active work by the Secretariat and agencies. It is indeed a historic day. The GEF CSO network, having reviewed a document on the work program, makes the following observations. Firstly, we commend the allocation of 37.82 million for the work program, which leverages 133 million in co-financing. We're especially happy to see that the 3 projects in the work program have a major focus on engagement and empowerment of indigenous peoples and local communities for the conservation, restoration, sustainable use and management of biodiversity at various stages of the project cycle. The 3 projects included in the work program allocating 21 million or 62% of the total GBFF project financing to IPLCs. This is a very good signal for the future that the GBFF will take engagement of IPLCs very seriously. We strongly recommend that this approach is promoted to other GEF-related funds, such as the GEF Trust Fund, the LDCF and SCCF, to track the level of support to IPLCs, such that they will be encouraged to adopt the good practice of GBFF to document and report the level of support at the work program adoption. We're also very happy to see that this proposed work program supports high outcome targets for enhancing biodiversity, aiming to support more than 30 million hectares of terrestrial and marine protected areas. We note that in addition, according to Annex D, the PPG requests have been approved for a further 18 projects. We're happy to see, based on the project title alone, at least 7 of those 18 have significant focus on community empowerment, and from the presentation just now, 35% of resources estimated specifically for IPLCs. So we do hope that after the development of these 18 projects, a significant majority of resources would be supporting IPLC involvement. Finally, we want to call again on the government contributors to the GBFF to expedite their contributions, and also on subnational and non-state actors to also contribute. Finally, again, we would like to congratulate GBFF on this historic first work program. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will now give the floor to Martín, followed by the philanthropic and conservation organizations. Martín, you have the floor.
Muchísimas gracias. Voy a hablar en español. Por supuesto que celebramos este primer programa de trabajo del GBFF, que incluye proyectos de países de nuestra región, y esperamos que en nuestra próxima reunión podamos adoptar todos los otros proyectos que fueron aceptados y que están bajo análisis. Qué suerte que hablo o que intervengo después que Anil, porque tenía una solicitud o tenemos una solicitud similar. Quisiéramos pedir, si es posible, un mejor intercambio con los países que presentaron proyectos para conocer los criterios de aceptación o los fundamentos de rechazo de los proyectos. Y me explico un poco. Dos países de nuestra región, de nuestra circunscripción, presentaron proyectos que no fueron aceptados y los puntos focales de ambos países expresaron que nunca tuvieron un feedback respecto a las razones de rechazo o algún tipo de devolución para mejorar o modificar el proyecto a los fines de poder presentarlo o que pueda ser considerado en otra nueva ronda. A este respecto, nuestros puntos focales me pidieron solicitar si podemos contar con información sobre el curso de acción para los proyectos ya presentados, específicamente si se está pensando en abrir una tercera ronda de presentación de proyectos y, de ser el caso, cuándo será y si eso está atado a la obtención de los fondos prometidos o no, o ya está cubierto. Y eso sería todo. Muchísimas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Martín. We will now continue with the representative of the philanthropic and conservation organizations, followed by Annette. So you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Joseph Onoja from BedLife, speaking on behalf of the Nature Positive Initiative. Distinguished delegates from the MPI, we would like to congratulate the countries and implementing agencies that have been selected as projects and PPGs in this round of the GBFF program. We consider that it is essential to accelerate actions to implement GBF to avoid reaching the point of no return in biodiversity loss. Given that the beneficiary countries of these projects have not submitted their updated NBSAPs to the Secretariat of the Convention, we consider that it is relevant that the final definition of the scope of these projects will be aligned according to the scope and priorities that each country will define their biodiversity national goals and indicators. In addition, we consider important to the committed percentage allocation of funds to SIDS and LDCs, so we encourage these countries to actively participate in the second GBFF work program. We would also like to encourage that as more projects are being approved, there's a need to ensure constant flow of funds into the GBFF to prevent dry out of funds. Finally, considering the focus of the 3 approved projects on engaging IPLCs as principal actors of the conservation expected outcomes and the importance of maintaining the GBFF's aspirational goal of allocating funds directly to IPLCs, we believe that the experience in the development and implementation of these projects is relevant for other countries and for the development of differential financial mechanism for direct access for IPLCs. We recommend that the information on lesson learned on the implementation of these initiatives be made available at future GBFF Council meeting. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. I'll now give the floor to Annette. The floor is yours.
Thanks very much, Noemi. Germany welcomes the work program for the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund and applauds the GEF Secretariat and everybody involved, like national focal points and agencies, for their important work and invaluable support in bringing the first GBFF projects to the Council. We will all appreciate the record speed towards implementation of funds. The adoption of this work program will send a strong signal to the upcoming 16th CBD COP, demonstrating GEF's capacities and flexibility to deliver on new tasks in a timely and efficient manner. Germany asks the GEF Secretariat to include PPG requests not listed in the work program so far. They're below or equal to $5 million in the portfolio level target analysis. This will help us assess overall portfolio trends once a sufficient number of projects has been approved. Germany underscores that only 6.2% of resources in the approved PBG requests are allocated to IFI or MDB GEF agencies. This clearly falls short of the agreed IFI allocation target of 25%, especially as almost half of the resources in the first tranche have already been set aside or allocated. The GBFF should enable MDBs and IFIs to scale up biodiversity finance by applying their comparative advantage in mobilizing private finance. Germany would like to highlight one positive example. The ADB's approved PPG request in the second selection round leverages $27 million of co-financing with only $3 million GBFF funding. Therefore, Germany invites the MDBs and the IFIs, the national IFIs, to submit more PPG requests in the next selection round and to close the gap to the agreed 25% portfolio level target. We estimate that the indicative co-financing ratios of the work program and the PBG requests are 1 to 3.5 or 1.1 to 2, respectively. This is well below the 2018 co-financing policy's ambition to reach a co-financing ratio of 1 to 7. We encourage the GEF Secretariat to place special emphasis on co-financing from private sources in particular in future PBG request approvals. As the GBFF selection criteria explicitly include the mobilization of resources from the private sector and philanthropies. Germany asked the GEF Secretariat to provide more information on portfolio trends in the biodiversity focal area in GEF 7 and GEF 8 to gain a better understanding of average co-financing ratios, in particular regarding private sector co-financing. Like the CSO network just now, we see the strong involvement of IPLC in the work program and would like to congratulate everyone involved in bringing this around. But we also noticed that the Kachinga Protected Areas program uses only a small amount of funding to support IPLCs. Furthermore, it provides no information on co-financing. Therefore, we encourage identifying options for co-financing and a stronger IPLC support in the continuation or in the further development of the program. We will share our detailed comments in writing by 3rd of July. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'll now give the floor to Weifeng, representing China. Weifeng, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Naomi, and thanks for the presentation. I have 2 comments. First, on the work program. We support approval of the first 3 projects presented to the Council today and welcome the PBG approved, which marks a historical milestone in the operation of the GBFF. Building on this, we expect the GBFF will make more efforts to expand its operation to more regions and more recipients to achieve great targets, including those targets related to cooperation with MDBs. We note that there are very few submissions for the first round of selection. I'd like to hear from the Secretariat on the reasons behind, whether it is because of the limited time. And for future selection rounds, we suggest that the recipient countries could have a longer period of time to prepare and submit high-quality proposals. The second, I'm pleased to share with you that last month, China, the UNEP, and the UN Multi-Partner Trust Fund Office together signed cooperation agreements to officially launch the Kunming Biodiversity Fund, for which China has pledged RMB 1.5 billion contributions. The fund will operate as a multilateral fund and provide grants to developing countries to implement the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. In this regard, we very much look forward to close cooperation and coordination between the 2 funds in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now get Chis some time to respond to your comments. So Chis, back to you.
Thank you so much for the very encouraging and supportive comments provided. So in no order of questions asked, I'd like to address the many elements put in front of us. So I think there was a couple of comments related to when the third round will be open and whether it's feasible to keep it open longer than the first two rounds. We are planning, subject to confirmation, to have the third round sometime in the summer. And we do understand the comments received, and we will do our utmost to keep it as long as we can. Keeping in mind that we also would like to make sure that the resolution of the selection by the CEO can be done with sufficient time in line with the upcoming COP. So we will make an effort on that one. Thank you for the comments. And thank you also for comments. I think it's from Martin and others, also from Karim Baba this morning, requesting additional information on the proposals that were not, the PPG requests that were not approved. What we have been doing is having briefings as well as consultations with countries as well as the agencies, and also clarifying that this is actually, it is a competitive process, but we do hear that some countries wanted to get some inputs back on their proposals. So if you have any particular concerns, please reach out to us and we will see if a bilateral can be scheduled for us to provide you with the inputs that you would like to request us to provide. So in terms of the alignment of NBSAPs, indeed, we are making sure and requesting the countries and agencies to ensure that the activities we supported in the projects in this work program will be aligned with NBSAPs as well as other documents that underline the prioritization of biodiversity. Okay, so there were a couple of questions in terms of the targets related to IFI. I think there were two questions, maybe from Wei Fen also as well as Annette. We had very limited number of submissions coming from IFIs to start out with. And for the first round, we did not have any. But also keeping in mind the first selection round was a very special one in light of the request the council made for us to be able to present a work program to you. And you might recall the first GBFF council was 4 months ago. So to be able to go through the process and the agencies and countries to then submit and technically clear the CEO endorsement in itself is a Herculean effort. And I think that also had some impacts as to the number of countries and agencies that will be ready to submit proposals for the first round. For the second round, as I indicated, we had a lot more proposals, 66, but the number of submissions that we got from the IFIs, again, very limited. We did have outreach to the individual IFIs to answer any questions, but clearly this is an area I think we are cognizant that as of now, based on the two selection rounds, it's a little bit difficult to make a definitive verdict on the statistically significant way, but we are cognizant that the IFI share has not been as we would have expected. That said, we have done our own analysis. We will have the third selection round over the summer, as we indicated. And it's actually technically and theoretically feasible for the IFI programming to, in the first tranche, to meet and even exceed the 25% target. So it's not the situation where everything is programmed. There is no possibility in the first tranche to make a meaningful progress towards the IFI target. It is feasible. So it now becomes a question of countries prioritizing to work with IFIs, as well as making sure the IFIs would be able to submit the proposals to us in the quality that would meet the technical criteria. So wanted to highlight that. There were questions on the co-financing. Co-financing is not required for the GBFF projects. That said, we do expect projects to leverage and build on initiatives to have larger impact. We have requested the agencies, such as the Brazil project, the agency has indicated that it will track and report on co-financing once the implementation starts. And the co-financing figures for all GF projects, they will be reported in the PIRs, project implementation reports, as well as midterm review and terminal evaluations. So you will also have an opportunity to get a sense of how we're progressing on this issue of importance to many of you. Thank you, Wei Fan, for the information on the Kunming Fund. This is a very welcome development for the support for biodiversity, and we stand ready to work with this fund when it's established and to make sure there is very good coordination, as well as we avoid any duplication that might be of concern to many of us. So with that, I think I responded to the questions that have been put on the table. Oh, I'm sorry, there was a question from Anil. So in terms of the, there have been a number of multi-country projects. For the second round, we approved 2 PPG requests for 2 multi-country projects. One is for the Pacific CIS and one is for Africa. In these multi-country projects, countries decided to actually join forces and pool GBFF resources so that they can have a project that's larger in size and hopefully with more impact and cross-learning. So that is an option that is available to the countries. And I should also mention, final point, is that we will have multiple tranches of resources to be released. If a country does not submit a proposal, PPG request, in the first tranche, your maximum dollar value for application in the second round will reflect the resources that you did not touch. So from here until 2030, there is going to be a stepwise function from selection round to tranche to tranche, I'm sorry. And so the country can have an option to wait until later in the GBFF lifespan to submit a proposals, or they can also have an option to go ahead and submit proposals, and clearly quite a number of countries decided to do so in the second selection round. So thank you for that. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Chis. We will now continue online with Yoko representing Japan. Yoko, floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi, and thank you, Jeff, for the presentation on the GBF work program. Japan welcomes the formation of the first-ever GBF work program. We appreciate the GEF Secretariat for swiftly conducting the call for and subsequent after the first GBF Council last February. We would like to note that there were only 4 applications submitted for the first deadline, and according to the document presented, all 4 PPGs met the 7 selection criteria, one of which is the balance amongst regions, To us, that criteria does not seem to have been adequately addressed, looking at the list of selected countries, although the second selection round, as attached, is slightly improved. We would like the GEF Secretariat to take into account not only the efficiency, but the actual needs and fair shares for beneficiaries, especially for the LDCs and SIDS. We also appreciate that the different implementing agencies compared to the GEF Trust Fund are coming on board for the GBFF, but we would also like to see more applications from IFIs, as mentioned by the previous speakers. And it would be helpful to know if any measures are considered by the GEF Secretariat or those IFIs present in the GBFF Council, as we had already some consultations before, and also the working group is working on the selection of the implementing agencies to facilitate their application. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you very much. We will now continue with Barbara, followed by Stefan. Barbara, you have the floor.
Thanks so much. So very pleased to see that our GBFF is fully operational with this first work program coming forward, and just a big thank you to Jeff and my fellow council members in setting up the fund so quickly after COP15 and really moving, I think, in the right direction as we head to COP16. In terms of the three projects in the first plan, there's some wonderful things in there that we would have expected to see from the GBFF. So we're pleased about that in terms of the support for Indigenous people, strong co-benefits, gender inclusive, and addressing a wide range of targets under the framework. Just a moment on the second project selection round that you gave us a glimpse into. Really encouraged to see, I think if I got the numbers right, 11 of the project preparation grants are supporting LDCs and SIDS. We think that's the great directionality there. Going forward, we would encourage the Secretariat to think about how we can really strengthen support in terms of the development and implementation of the gender action plans under Target 23. We will always think that we can do more there. So we'll continue to emphasize that point, and really, I guess, to conclude my remarks on the most important point is that we're really pleased to signal our support and approval of the first GBFF work program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Stéphane, the floor is yours.
Merci Noémie. Alors tout d'abord, je voudrais remercier le secrétariat pour ce programme de travail que nous approuvons sans réserve, et le remercier aussi pour la présentation que j'ai trouvée très claire et très intéressante, notamment les différentes planches. Je pense que nous assistons à un moment historique, puis un moment important, puisque 18 mois à peine après la COP 15 et 4 mois à peine après le premier conseil de ce GBFF, nous sommes en mesure d'adopter un premier programme de travail. Si on y ajoute la décision que nous venons de prendre ce matin sur les termes de référence du groupe consultatif et du groupe auxiliaire, nous serons ainsi en mesure d'aborder la COP16 dans les meilleures conditions possibles, avec un fonds pleinement opérationnel et qui applique à la lettre les décisions de la COP. Donc encore toutes mes félicitations au secrétariat pour sa diligence et son efficacité. Je voudrais rappeler à cet égard que la France reste tout à fait disposée à explorer la possibilité d'approuver par voie électronique et en intercession d'éventuels projets additionnels qui permettraient encore d'améliorer la présentation qui pourra être faite à la COP16. S'agissant de ce programme de travail lui-même, nous pensons qu'il est de bonne tenue. Et nous nous félicitons en particulier de la part importante, 62%, allouée aux IPLC. Cela étant dit, nous avons tous conscience que nous étions cette année dans un impératif de vitesse et qu'il va falloir maintenant progressivement déplacer le curseur vers les aspects plus qualitatifs des futurs projets et programmes de travail. De ce point de vue, comme plusieurs collègues, nous avons quelques points de vigilance à souligner. Le cofinancement, l'Allemagne en a parlé. Les partenariats avec les IFI et les BMD, aussi l'Allemagne et d'autres en ont parlé. Et le secrétariat a répondu avec des éléments encourageants sur le troisième appel à projet. Moi, ce que je voudrais souligner au nom de la France, c'est vraiment la cible de 39% consacrée aux SIDS et LDCs. Pour nous, c'est vraiment la cible la plus importante. Et de ce point de vue, on constate que nous sommes quand même très en retard, bien sûr sur ce programme de travail, mais également dans le deuxième appel à projet, puisque s'il y a un rattrapage en termes de nombre de projets, en termes de montant, on resterait encore très loin des 39%. Donc, pour nous, nous incitons donc le secrétaire à redoubler d'efforts dans cette direction. Et je soutiens également les demandes de l'Allemagne pour améliorer autant que possible le rapportage sur les tendances du portefeuille pour tenir le Conseil étroitement informé. Et pour conclure, je voudrais quand même rappeler que pour tous les bailleurs, les contributeurs existants et les potentiels nouveaux contributeurs, il sera quand même très important pour le fonds de démontrer sa valeur ajoutée et ses différences vraiment par rapport au trust fund principal du GEF. Et de ce point de vue, cette cible de 39% alloués aux SIDS et LDCs est vraiment un élément essentiel. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. We will now continue with the representative of the Women Caucus. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The comments on GEF/GBFF 02/03, focusing on the inclusivity, equality, and gender responsiveness of the projects presented in the document. We don't see information or if or how the spaces for participation proposed in the three projects are to be aligned with the GBF, specifically to its section C and targets 22 and 23. The GBF fund programming directions clearly state that ensuring gender equality and empowerment of women and girls and on reducing inequalities will be integrated into project design, and that projects supported under the GBF fund will include meaningful engagement and their participation, as well as of youth. Yet, the only mention of gender-related issues in the documents available to review by observers mentions gender responsiveness, but how is this to be ensured is neither addressed nor explained. If we had further access to gender plan of action of these projects, for example, we could better comment on their alignment with gender responsiveness. The comments on gender responsiveness and gender inclusion include beneficiaries numbers, and I refer to women's role as women have played a role in fetching water, which does not fairly represent the role women play in biodiversity action. One of the project frames the engagement of women and youth only with climate change issues. This shows a lack of clear information on how these projects are connected or aligned with the GBF and fails to address targets 22 and 23 consideration on the representation and participation of women in decision making. And it also fails to address how the mentioned improvement of livelihoods would be achieved by the creation or strengthening of protected areas. Meaningful participation should comply with the full text on target 22 of the GBF, and we consider that the whole section on gender considerations, which is paragraph 30, should be removed, as it makes affirmations regarding the alignment to target 23 that are not obvious to us as observers. Therefore, we do not support the inclusion of this paragraph 30 in the work program to be approved. We reiterate that these comments are based on the information that was available for us observers to review. We are bringing the voice, proposals, requests, and inputs of the biodiversity stewards on the ground and are to be considered far more than just beneficiaries. In Mexico, as in Brazil and the rest of the world, women play the most relevant role as actors in conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity, as actors in guarding and passing on traditional knowledge regarding biodiversity from one generation to the next one, and as actors in keeping shaping traditional knowledge and practices relevant for youth and the future generation. To adequately implement Target 23, we invite the Council and the GEF to review and abide by the CBD Gender Plan of Action as a feasible guideline in projects to be supported by this fund, enabling the equitable and successful implementation of GPF, especially regarding targets 22 and 23 and its section C. We thank council members for their attention and support, and we will also be submitting our comments in writing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now give the floor to the representative of the indigenous people and local communities. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. My name is Ramson Karmushu, and I speak on behalf of the International Indigenous Forum on Biodiversity. The International Indigenous Forum on Biodiversity thanks the GEF for its work and welcomes the first work program of the GBFF and commends the GBFF, the GEF partnership for its swift action to establish the GBFF. However, we are not clear on the affirmation that the projects that are included in this program of work are allocating 62% of financial resources to indigenous peoples and local communities might be involved actions. What we read there is that these resources will support actions where indigenous peoples and local communities might be involved. Considering that indigenous peoples and local communities are and have been safeguarding 80% of the world's biodiversity and that 6% of intact forest, and they must still beg for support, this needs to change. We recommend that the GEF GBFF strategy to receive funds from all sources, and IFB calls that the GBFF distributes these funds in the same spirit. We are disappointed that the GBFF only channels funds to national governments. We are happy with the 20% aspirational program share under the GBFF to support actions for indigenous peoples and local communities. However, I reiterate that this support must be implemented at all levels and geographic regions, not selectively by projects. In this regard, IFB calls for an inclusive work program. This means recognizing the diverse capacities of indigenous peoples and local communities, women and youth, and considering all geographic regions, and that is inclusive of all ecosystems, not only focusing on areas of rich biodiversity. Direct access to financial resources with rights holders actively engaged in proposal development and governance of what is meant for them. IFB believes that challenges are faced on the ground. Similarly, the engagement of biodiversity stewards in decision-making and implementation of the projects supported by the GBFF will strengthen how we address and solve the challenges on the ground. Direct access can continue to be complicated, as some see, including members of the GEF mentioning in some discussions. We know this is complicated. To fully respect our rights, as the GBF mandates, our inherent rights to self-governance should also be respected and grounded in the projects to be supported by the GBF fund. Direct access of financial resources by indigenous peoples and local communities is grounding our rights to self-governance. We recognize and acknowledge the project 11508, Biodiversity Conservation in Indigenous Lands, as a positive example supporting indigenous peoples and local communities implementing self-developed plans. We congratulate those involved and call on recipient countries and the GEF to create and select more projects like this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Let's give Chi some time to address these questions. Chi, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. First, some comment from Japan, Yoko-san. I appreciate you staying up so late in Tokyo to follow this. I do appreciate your comment about the ensuring that there is regional balance as well as LDCs and SIDS consideration. And this is also touching upon the comment made by Stefan from France. We looked at the second selection round, which I think is more of probably a reflection of the demand compared to the first selection round, because the first one was so specific and targeted. And we're very encouraged to see a very strong interest and submissions from LDCs and SIDS in the second selection round. And I think we're making very good progress towards being able to meet the 3-year target of 36% and 3% for SIDS and LDCs. And we will make sure that we will continue to report on this particular issue to the council on how we're doing in terms of meeting these portfolio level targets moving forward. Thank you so much from Barbara as well as the Women's Caucus on the mentioning the gender. And I just want to clarify that for the observers, what you're seeing in terms of the CEO endorsement documents, as well as the review sheet that we have provided, that's all the documentation that's being shared with council members and is made available publicly on the website. I would encourage you to access the CEO endorsement documents, take a look at them. And we have actually gone through the gender elements from the lens of the inclusion as well as engagement with the engagement of the gender specialist. And from here on, in terms of stakeholder consultations as well as meaningful engagement and women and other stakeholders, the specific projects will take them onwards. And there should be an opportunity for you to also consult with agencies who are here on that particular element, should you wish to do so. From the indigenous IPLC observers, we appreciate your strong support for identifying a positive example. We also hear you in terms of the need to be able for us to be able to support capacity building. And for instance, I think that it's a Mexico project and one of the Brazil projects do incorporate targeted capacity building and training so that IPLCs would have meaningful engagement as decision makers and also in governance, in addition to having a role as beneficiaries. So we would want to make sure that there are some of these good examples that can also be identified, and perhaps they can serve as examples for subsequent projects and proposals to come through. So with that, turning back to you. Thank you, Noemi.
Thank you very much, Chis. We will now continue online with Laura Aguirre, followed by Laura Rayanieme here. So, Laura, you have the floor.
Thank you, Noemi. Yeah, okay, there, I can hear her. All right. I just wanted to take the floor briefly to welcome the program report. I also want to congratulate and honor countries as well as recipient countries. And the Secretariat for willingness to cooperate and respond to the ambitious goals set by the GBF. Isuro, our constituency is also interested in receiving feedback to proposals in preparation, so we'll take you up on the offer and reach out to you separately. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Laura. We will now continue with Laura here in the floor. Floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. We would also like to welcome the first work program for the GBFF and thank the Secretariat for the speedy setup of the fund and very detailed presentation. We would also like to congratulate recipient countries and implementing agencies for their swift work to submit project proposals. We would also like to echo what Germany said earlier, that this sends a positive message to CPD COP16 that the GEF has managed rapidly to implement the previous COP request to establish this fund. We also understand that it is still too early to make too detailed analysis of the 3 portfolio level targets. But we welcome the high share of project funding allocated to support actions by IPLCs. We were also very pleased to see the gender considerations were incorporated in a very substantive way in all 3 projects, and find this important for future projects as well. And like we heard from the Women Caucus, women should not just be considered as beneficiaries, but active participants. We were also wondering the rather low level of co-finance, and thank you for responding already in your earlier comment to that. And of course, we are hoping to see somewhat higher shares in the next work program, since one of the main idea of this fund was to mobilize new resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now continue with the youth representative. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I represent the Youth Observers, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Global Youth Biodiversity Network. We celebrate the first work program of the GBFF and would like to make the following comments regarding the projects based on the documents that were made available for observers, which includes the CO endorsement documents. We welcome the biodiversity conservation in indigenous land projects, as it is an important project to be considered in the first cycle, including to serve as a good example for future projects. We consider that 2 points deserve additional attention. 1, indigenous peoples are at some times indicated as beneficiaries through the direct execution modality, or as executors throughout the indirect execution modality via subgrants. This means that the project is not about support indigenous people's activities, but support that might help indigenous people's activities. In this case, we suggest that future evaluations of this project discriminate between resources that are being directly assessed by indigenous-led organizations and resources that are impacting indigenous peoples through the execution agency. This will be important in accounting for the allocation of the aspirational 20% for indigenous peoples and local communities. Second, young people are partly mentioned throughout the project, which make it clear that they are not priority in this project. In this case, although disaggregation is not part of the GEF indicators, we recommend that future evaluations of the project also include a disaggregation of participants data by age. Regarding the Caatinga Project Areas Program, we highlight some inconsistencies. 1, gender and intergenerational equity are cross-cutting issues and must be addressed throughout the project design and implementation. Quantifying the participation of women and sparse mentions of youth does not guarantee a responsive approach to women and youth. Despite the reference, there is no explanation as to how the project is aligned with Target 22 and 23 in Section C. Second, the mention of indigenous peoples, traditional people, and local communities is very generic and almost always in terms of beneficiaries. No details are given about the people and communities who were consulted in the design of the proposals or who will be involved in the implementation. Is it not possible to find any information about the interest of indigenous peoples, traditional people, and local communities in having 100,000 hectares of protected areas decreed, which appears to go against the rights of those peoples and communities to free, prior, informed consultation? Furthermore, despite the reference to capacity building and training, the teams have already been previously defined, and there is no mention of valuing or exchanging traditional knowledge and practices. Still, how the project will encompass the ambition of improving livelihoods is not mentioned. In these last 2 cases, only around 700,000 are allocated to capacity building and training, and only around 500,000 are allocated to improve livelihoods on a total amount of 9.88 million. Regarding the Mexico 30 by 30, despite numerous mentions of women participation and gender responsive approaches, a better explanation of this process we're considering during the design and will be considered in the implementation is lacking. No mention is made of youth throughout the project, and data disaggregation is suggested for indigenous peoples, local communities, and women without reference to age disaggregation. Additionally, as this project aims to advance biodiversity conservation by strengthening protected area financing, including through supporting enhanced indigenous peoples and local communities management and sustainable use of conservation areas through public and private partnerships, there is a huge gap concerning explicit references that ensure that finance models will be guided by human rights-based approaches and access human rights impacts, including the rights of indigenous peoples and local communities. We urge the inclusion and follow-up of these aspects in line of GBF Target 22, Section C, as well as the recent recommendations and conclusions of the Advisory Committee on Resource Mobilization of the CBD. Finally, as a general comment to the GEF Secretariat, we are missing the mention of intergenerational equity and youth in the policy requirement of the project's template, as well as youth considerations in the summary of the projects presented in the agenda item document, and we strongly recommend to include these in the future project cycles and meetings. Thank you, Chair and Council members.
Thank you very much. I'll now give the floor to Navan. The floor is yours.
Thank Naomi. Our East Asia constituency appreciate the GEF Secretariat work for the GBF work program, and we support it. Following the first and second round selection, we can see the effectiveness of GEF's Secretariat, and some countries in our constituency benefit from this project approval, including Cambodia. However, some countries in our constituency still worry about the short time period of selection round. So it would be good if the selection round can be lengthened a bit more. The other concern is about selection criteria. Because most of us doesn't understand well about the selection criteria yet. So it would be good if GEF Secretariat can provide some session to further explain on the GBF selection criteria. Once again, we would like to reiterate our support to the work program and express our hope that the project result will significantly contribute to the preservation of biodiversity globally. We urge that the accomplishment of these three initiatives serve as a model and lesson for biodiversity protection in our other area. We anticipate that many more projects would be executed and carried out in this cycle. Finally, we would like to thank the donor countries who contribute and continue contributing to GBF resource. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll now give the floor to Emily. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi. Our constituency welcomes the first work program of the GBFF. This is an important milestone, and we're pleased to support this work program exactly 1 year after we established the GBFF in Brasilia. Echoing the CSO network and others, we also congratulate the strong involvement of IPLCs in the work program, which has been a key priority for our constituency. We appreciate the reporting on GHG emission reductions expected to be achieved through this work program. And in this regard, we would also encourage that data related to climate change adaptation co-benefits to be included in future GBFF work programs. We welcome the participation of LDCs and SIDS in the second round of projects, as this is a high priority to us. Like others, we also note that none of the projects in the first round are implemented by IFCs and IFIs, and only 2 in the second round. And we do hear you just on the short time frame for this work program. But we would like to request that the Secretariat to continue engaging with recipient countries and IFIs in order to deliver on this non-aspirational target. Therefore, we also support the comments made by Germany on placing more emphasis on co-finance, as the opportunities that IFIs can bring in this regard. And finally, like Friends, we would also like to ask for the possibility of approving more project documents submitted for endorsement intercessionally. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now give Chis some time to answer to your comments. Chis, floor is yours.
Thank you so much. So in no order, first and foremost, there were, I'm appreciative of extensive inputs as well as suggestions coming from the observers. And I just wanted to respond to the elements that have been put on the table on the IPLC. And I think this was an issue raised by the youth representative, Hater. So on the comment, it's actually not so easy for us to separate projects that support IPs as project executors and beneficiaries. We have examples, and my colleagues are telling me that in some cases, IP organizations are choosing to work with other organizations to manage certain administrative elements such as paperwork, accounting, and administration. And this particular approach where there is another entity that is working with IPs, selected by IPs to enable this kind of support is aligned with the principles of direct access that has been articulated by the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues this past May. So there seems to be different ways of working with IPs, and they're being manifested in different projects and programs. And in terms of us doing a better job of tracking youth engagement, this is not, I can just give you some reflections from my side. I also manage the Least Developed Countries Fund. And one of the elements that we decided to bring in for the GEF 8 results tracking had to do with the age differentiated beneficiaries as well as participants. And it actually need not be a requirement. I think this can be good practice that agencies as well as countries can also start to utilize and provide us with more information that is that can generate some insights as to the engagement of youth as well as other age bands. And a question from the event, in terms of the short time frame, as indicated, the first one was very short, we acknowledge. Second one, we had a lot of proposals, but we also take note that some are now coming back to us and letting us know that was also not very long. So for the third round, we will do our best to make the duration of the open period longer, as indicated earlier. And your request to have more clarity and training perhaps on the selection criteria. We have been having organizing briefing sessions, virtually, also in person. Those are all recorded and put on the website, but we're happy to organize another one that might also suit your time zone and your constituency, any other interested constituencies, to really go over the selection criteria, if that is of help to the countries to really better understand the project cycle. So that's an offer we'd be happy to make to you. Thank you, Emily, for your supportive comments. In terms of the co-financing and IFIs, like I said, we're cognizant of this, and we are going to also continue to follow up with the projects that have been approved so that they can report back on co-financing on in the PIR's midterm report, as well as terminal evaluation eventually. On the possibility of the intersessional, this is something I think we will reflect internally and then revert. Technically speaking, the intersessional work program is possible within the GEF project cycle. Practically speaking, how we would go about organizing that prior to the COP or even after the COP, I think we need to reflect on the logistics as well as how many months we have, that kind of practical consideration to get back to you, and to have a little bit more clarity on that particular element. So I think with that, I give the table back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cheese. We will now continue with the list of participants. Concon, you have the floor, followed by Richard. Concon, please.
Thank you, Noemi. Our constituency appreciates the report on the work program and applauds the Secretariat for demonstrating the effectiveness of a streamlined project cycle. We, however, note the with concern the limited timeframes on the calls for participation in the selection rounds, and we appreciate Chiz's response on that issue. We recommend that the Secretariat continues with its capacity building initiatives for operational focal points to ensure that submitted projects are of the required quality and to ensure that we collectively achieve the targets set out in the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. We also appreciate the contributions made to the fund to date. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now give the floor to Richard, followed by Karen. Richard, floor is yours.
Thanks, Naomi. We welcome, support, and recognise the significance of this first work program under the GBFF. And I'd like to thank the Secretariat and everyone involved in moving forward these projects so rapidly. We're very pleased to see that the first tranche captures IPLC and both and gender. I think that sets an incredibly good precedent in terms of moving forward with the work program. It's also very promising to see the projects in the second round, particularly representation from SIDS and LDCs. But like has been expressed by others, we're concerned about what this necessarily represents in progress towards the 39% SIDS LDC targets. As others have mentioned, we also reflect on the MDB point about whether or not we're progressing adequately on the 25% target, with implications for private sector and broader co-financing objectives. In terms of some suggested presentation of the future work programs, I think it would benefit from a couple of things. First is that explicitly track progress against the targets. We set them in July last year in Brazil, and I think explicitly tracking how we're going in each of the work programs would be a really useful thing to do. And there's been quite a lot of discussion around that today, and having something tangible there and agreed progress towards that, I think would be useful. Secondly, I think it would be also useful to track how the risk of the portfolio is developing. We do have the GEF risk appetite, but I don't see any information about the risk of these projects and how as a portfolio they're developing, which I think is of significant concern for me. We're studying this portfolio, but we're not already starting to think about how the portfolio is going to look from a risk perspective, particularly because we're looking at driving innovation and sourcing broader funding. So I think that's a really important thing that we start capturing right from the outset. On the point about intersessional approval, thank you. And I know that that will be considered by the Secretariat. I do know that there's, I think, around 2/3 of the projects as they're currently presented are under the 5 million threshold. So I think there is an opportunity for them to be progressed anyway with CEO approval. So I think if the concern is that everything is going to be slowed down if it's not considered intersessionally, I think there is some latitude for those projects to move forward irrespective. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now give the floor to Karen, followed by Sophia. Karen, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Sweden welcomes and supports this first work program of the GVF Fund. We know that a lot of work by the Secretariat and other actors have been invested in this process, so thank you for that. As others, we note the need to continue to work on the portfolio level targets. It's really too early to discuss portfolio trends, but while we note good progress on the aspirational share of 20% to support actions by IPLCs, the other targets on LDC, SIDS and IFIs warrant even more attention going forward. And it seems as if it's going to progress also in the second tranche. We support Canada's and the Women's Caucus comments on the importance of strong gender focus in the project design and implementation. That's really important to us. As regards outcome targets, we welcome high outcome targets for enhancing biodiversity, and we are also pleased to see that the program is described to not only improve nature, but also comes with climate benefits. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now continue with Sophia, followed by Victoria. Sophia, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. We commend the Secretariat and the Council for the remarkably swift operationalization of the GBFF and support this first working program in the history of our fund, amounting to 37.82 million. Hearing from the comments of the room, we agree that it's very relevant to maintain and keep track of the portfolio level targets that we have, but we also would like to remind and be very careful that this does not become a conditionality for projects that should be country driven. So this is also very important for us. So being very careful that this does not become conditionalities at individual project level. We're very glad to see that our constituency has two of the projects before us. One on the biodiversity conservation in indigenous lands to be implemented by FMBU, and the Cutting Up Protected Areas program to be implemented by WWF. We also celebrate as others the share of resources being allocated to projects related to IPLCs. As proponents also of the amendment to include this 20% aspirational target, we are very happy to see this. We see that the GBFF programming directions and these work program are going in the right direction. Having a figure today like that, it's more higher than this. We know it's a little bit early to have these trends, but we see that this is the right direction. We're also pleased to see and echo the comments made before on gender perspectives and having these mainstreamed in projects, which also supports Target 23 and the implementation of the Gender Action Plan. So we believe that it's very important to highlight the role of women and their diversities and in biodiversity action, as well as other populations that are guardians of biodiversity. We would like to finish our intervention highlighting that much more new and additional resources are needed if the GBFF is to play the role it is called to do in achieving the goal of the 200 billion euro shroud in Target 19 of the GBF. We see how this fund has already begun to have success and how it has shown also to be their vehicle for the implementation of the framework, but we will need it to have a strong capitalization to be able to put forward the project that will allow us to have a real impact. And then we would also like to take this opportunity to know if there are updates on the status report and along the same lines from March, the one that is published online, where at the time we had 68.2% of the resources yet to be disbursed. So we would like to have an update of that report and to know if there have been new pledges and disbursements. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now continue with Victoria. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Our constituency also thanks the GEF Secretariat for this work program and the very quick establishment. As others, we find it extremely positive that 2 selection rounds already took place in such a limited time, and also think that this sends a very positive signal to the CBT COP. I would like to comment just on the portfolio level targets. A lot has been said, so I'll try to keep myself short. On the IPLC targets, we were very pleased to see such high supportive actions by IPLCs, especially in the first round, but also over the first 2 rounds. We think the IPLC portfolio level measure would be even more meaningful if we had an internationally agreed harmonized definition of what IPLC means. So in other words, we see a need to harmonize the methodology to calculate the IPLC share, to have a more meaningful monitoring of this important portfolio level indicator. And we would like to ask the GEF Secretariat to contribute to this and thereby improve the methodology to calculate the share. On IFIs, on the IFI portfolio level share, a lot has been said. Like Germany and many others, we would also like to encourage IFIs to submit more PPGs to the GBFF so that we can reach this share. And finally, on the LDC and SIDS portfolio level targets, we also note that we are still very far, and we appreciate the comment from GEF Secretariat that you have quite high confidence that we will reach this target in the future, and we hope that we can work towards this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victoria. I'll now give Chis some minutes to respond to your comments and questions. Chis, floor is yours.
Thank you so much. First and foremost, thank you for the intervention from Kong Kong. We are standing ready to provide you and any of the constituencies with the opportunity for more briefing as well as information provision, so that the information as well as the capacity needed to access the resources as well as to understand how the funds operate can be shared with the different countries as well as stakeholders. On comments from Richard, and I think also from Sophia and also Victoria mentioned this. So in the work program cover note, we did include a section on the portfolio level targets, noting that it only covered the 3 projects, because when we posted the work program, which had to be done actually 8 weeks prior to the council meeting, we hadn't actually had all the data necessary for us to update the portfolio level numbers, including the second selection rounds. So the presentation that was given earlier was meant to provide additional information so that the council members would have a little bit better understanding of the portfolio level target after 2 selection rounds. And we will continue to provide this kind of information into the cover note, as well as whatever juncture we can come up with on how we're doing to meet the targets. So I hope that would be useful. And thank you, Richard, for the comments on the risk of the portfolio. For moving forward, we'll make sure to address this particular issue. Thank you, Karen, for the comments on the gender elements. I think I responded to that. And yeah, we are also tracking climate benefits, as you indicated. A lot of these interventions would have cross-cutting benefits, and as also articulated in the GPF. Sophia, thank you for the very positive comments. And we're actually hopeful that the the projects as well as GBFF portfolio and the project approvals can be a positive contribution to the upcoming COP in Cali. And we're working towards making sure that that message can be conveyed very clearly. So Victoria had a question about the IPLC, and I think we had a conversation about this in the pre-council consultations. We will be ready to engage in any conversation of this nature. Ultimately, this is something that we would also want some clarity from the CBD context, and of course, we're ready to engage in discourse, particularly as it's in regards to how we're tracking support to the IPLCs. So with that, turning back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chis. We will continue with the list of participants, starting with Rosanna. You have the floor, followed by Rob. Rosanna, please.
Thank you very much. As it is my first intervention during this council meeting, I would like to express gratitude at the first to the GF for the very productive performance at the midpoint of current replenishment. I also would like to congratulate Carlos Manuel Rodriguez for his reappointment as CEO and chairperson of the Global Environmental Facility. Let me also welcome the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund for program adoption, for work program adoption. It will significantly support investments in global biodiversity and help in unlocking possible financing and resource mobilization for implementation of the GBF. This fund will help also to strengthen national level biodiversity management policy development, governance, and finance approaches. Hence, considering the global biodiversity framework as an essential roadmap designed to guide biodiversity conservation at both national and global levels, we believe that the GBFF will serve as an important tool to operationalize our policies and effective implementation of NBSAPs. Also, thank you for detailed clarification regarding trenches and portfolio level details. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now give the floor to Rob, followed by Fao. Rob, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Noemi, and thank you, Chiz, for that very clear presentation on this historic first work program of the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund. We are very pleased to welcome the first work program of the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund. Thank you to the GEF Secretariat, the implementing agencies, and the countries for your work to develop projects in time for this council meeting. We were very glad to see projects that center Indigenous communities as executors and beneficiaries. We also appreciate that the GEF Secretariat included information about the approved PPG requests from the second selection round. We are happy to see geographic diversity in the approved PPG requests. I have a whole page of talking points on the portfolio level targets, on especially on IFIs and on the LDCs and SIDS, but I'm actually not going to read them because I think we've heard enough already today. So I'm just going to align with the comments from Germany on the IFI portfolio levels and also co-financing, and with France and others on the LCDs and SIDS. And I really want to thank you, Chiz, for your really great explanations of where we are and how we got to where we are and what we have to look forward to on these issues. So I don't need additional response there. I just want to thank you and align with others' comments on those in that respect. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I'll now give the floor to Fao, followed by Ben. Fao, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Noemi. I would like to highlight 3 points regarding the work program. First, that more than half the GBF, the Global Biodiversity Framework targets, are related to food and agriculture. We hope that in future rounds of the GBF, with more robust funding, we'll be able to support the broader range of targets as robustly as well in the future. And finally, we hope that for future rounds, we can work with GEFSEC to develop a low transaction cost way of communicating review feedback to countries through the respective agencies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now give the floor to Ben, followed by Filippo. Ben, floor is yours.
Many thanks, Naomi, and many thanks to Chiz for the excellent presentation, while recognizing this, of course, is a very small data set for this first work program. I'll keep it short. We very much support the comments from others on the high level of IPLC support so far, and also the high number of projects for LDCs and SIDS in the second selection round. In short, we are very happy to approve this first work program of the GBFF. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'll now give the floor to Filippo. Ambassador, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. We've heard a lot of comments, so I'll be very brief. We are 5 years away from 2030, and just seeing the swift operationalization of GBFF by the GEF Secretariat from the SIDS in our constituency, we were wondering if there's really a need to create another secretariat for GBFF, since GEF is doing very well with it. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else requesting the floor, so that finishes the participant list. So, Chiz, back to you.
Thank you so much. So on the comments from FAO on the communication with the countries, I think we tried our best to clarify this. The GBFF operates on a different modality, and this is a competition-based project selection. That said, we have heard from countries and agencies that there still might be some confusion as well as, you know, the need to understand what's happened with their submissions as well as what happens from here. So we stand ready to have discussions on this further. And I do appreciate the comments from Rob, Ben, and others. And Ambassador Filippo, there will not be another secretariat. What you see is what you get. I mean, it's going to be the GEF Secretariat that's going to be servicing the GBFF. So this is the whole concept of family of funds, and we do the best we can. I forgot to answer the question that came from Sophia. So on the updating of the projections, right? Yeah. So what you see as posted, and this is coming from the trustee, and the trustee produces these reports for each council meeting. And for this particular meeting, I think the date, as you indicated, was end of March, right? So that's the official number we have. And I think what we will do is, before we go to Cali, we'll make sure we have the updated and most current figures. And there might also be additional announcements to be made in Cali. So, you know, the numbers will continue to increase, but the trustee reports are coming out basically right before the council. So that means twice a year. So that's where we are. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chiz. We have one last participation. So UNDP, Fumio, you both share your microphones. So if you could just say who requested it and then have the intervention.
Hello, this is Fumio. I would like to thank the Council and the GEF Secretariat for the consideration for approval of our first GBFF project, Biodiversity Conservation in Indigenous Lands. We are very proud to be among the first agencies to present projects for this new fund and to partner with the WWF-US and the Brazilian Ministry of Environment to develop the Caatinga Protected Areas Project. Also for approval today, which will be executed by Fumbio. The Biodiversity Conservation in Indigenous Lands Project respects Indigenous peoples as it is completely driven by their demands in their language in culturally appropriate ways, and where they will have the main role as executors. We are a mechanism to give them the support they need to continue to conserve biodiversity in their lands as they have been doing for thousands of years, even in the face of multiple pressures from non-Indigenous peoples and cultures. We are thrilled to start this project, and there is a great expectation on the ground to implement it. We also think this may be a turning point for conservation in Indigenous lands in Brazil. It was challenging to prepare the project in such a short time frame. However, the support of our Brazilian partners, the Ministry of Indigenous People, the Brazilian Focal Point, and IEB, the project executor, were crucial to make this happen. It is important to highlight that it was an earlier GEF project implemented by UNDP in GEF4, which laid the foundation for the public policy, which is the basis for this project. We can say that GEF has come to a full circle on the support of Indigenous groups in Brazil. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Keith, and thanks to everyone who has addressed the floor with regards to this agenda item. With this, I would like to invite the Council to adopt the draft decision that is included in document GEF/GBFF 02/03. I see no objections. It is approved. Thanks so much. We got one last agenda item for GBFF, which has to do with other businesses, but nobody requests the floor for other businesses. And before I formally close the second GBFF Council meeting, it is my pleasure to offer the floor to Mr. David Cooper, Acting Secretary General of the CBD Convention. David, the floor is yours.
Thanks very much, Carlos Manuel, and congratulations to the Council on, well, firstly, this morning, completing the governance arrangements with the adoption of the terms of reference for the auxiliary body and the advisory group. I think it's great that we've completed that, and SBI will be happy as well. Of course, also even more congratulations on the approval of this first work program. And of course, together with the smaller projects that are in the pipeline for CEO endorsement, and also the projects in the pipeline for consideration by the Council later on. Overall, this is, I think, a really important set of projects that will contribute to, as has been noted, many of the targets of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, the Biodiversity Plan. And of course, it's particularly encouraging to see this high proportion to Indigenous peoples and local communities for activities of Indigenous peoples and local communities, and the progress towards the other targets with relation to LDCs and SIDS, and with relation to the contribution and involvement of multilateral development banks, international finance and institutions. And of course, as many have noted, this is a rolling plan, a rolling program in the sense that as more resources are released, there can be further progress to those targets. I think also, both in terms of now the new bodies, the auxiliary body and the advisory group, and in terms of looking at these projects, it's good that we can use this GBFF for innovation, for learning by doing. We note that the comments made by council members and also by observers, including on how to ensure that Indigenous peoples and local communities and others are actively involved in the design of projects, that these really meet their needs. And I think we can learn by doing through these projects. I also note that under the CBD, one of the new elements for the new program of work on Article 8J, that is on traditional knowledge related to Indigenous peoples and local communities, one of the new proposed elements of that program of work is on funding, on direct funding for Indigenous peoples and local communities. So I'm sure we're all going to learn on this, and can further improve the way we do things as we go forward over time. Many have commented on the speed of this body in responding to the requests from COP15, the fast establishment, the early capitalization, and now the operationalization of this new fund. And this is very encouraging. And I think this has been achieved without compromising on the quality of projects as well. Of course, the element missing currently is scale, as many have noted. And of course, with more resources, it's going to be easier to meet some of those other targets, particularly to unlock the capacity to include and engage more the MDBs. As we move towards COP16, I reiterate my call to all those in a position to do so, to contribute to the GBF fund, and to do so as early as possible to keep this momentum. Clearly, we need to step up the scale of resources. It's good to note, though, that even with the resources we have, that there's likely to be over the summer a new call, a new round within this first tranche. And we'll also work with the CBD Secretariat, will also work with the GEF Secretariat on this to make sure that the CBD community is well aware that this is coming up as well, so that everyone is in a position to prepare projects on time going forward. The advisory group, I think, also has space for the engagement of many different actors, and including subnational entities, cities and subnational governments. It was really encouraging this morning to hear the statement of Quebec, particularly encouraging for me, for the CBD Secretariat. It's our home. Quebec and Canada host us, of course, in Montreal. And I'd just like to express my appreciation to Quebec, and also the hope that this will spur other subnational governments and entities to also consider how they can contribute to the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund going forward. Finally, let me offer also my congratulations to Carlos Manuel on his reappointment, which is great news, I think, for the GEF, and great news for the CBD and for biodiversity going forward. Thanks very much, Carlos Manuel. Thanks to your team, and again, my congratulations to the Council for the important steps forward.
Thanks, David, for your kind words, and thanks for your support and the support of the CBD Secretariat. Last February, I said that putting together this fund was real rocket science. We normally say that was not rocket science, or this is not rocket. This was real rocket science. And you need the best scientists to put together a rocket. So I want to thank Claude, Cheese, Sonja, Jurgis, Nigel, Henry, and many others that has been working around the clock to put this together. But nothing of this was able to be done without the wisdom and the experience of Mr. Mark Simsky, who is on my screen right. Mark is the most experienced person that I know in civil negotiation, has been working with the GEF for almost 2 decades. And this is his last GEF Council meeting. And I think that, closing the loop with this work program is a great recognition to the work that Mark Simsky has been doing in protecting nature throughout his career. Before the GEF, he was working with UNDP and is a passionate for nature conservation. We know him from the Central American days of the biological corridors of Marx. On behalf of the big, now big GBFF family, I want to thank you personally for what you've been doing in the GEF, but most importantly in helping and guiding us to put together this new facility, but very importantly, the work program that has been just approved by the Council. So, Mark, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for those kind words, Carlos, Manuel. This is truly, though, a team effort, and I was just one part of a really effective team whom Carlos Manuel has thanked. So I'm very touched by the recognition. And going forward, I wish you all luck in further implementation and satisfying all the demands that have been put on the fund from many different stakeholders. I know that people that are in the Secretariat are a mission-focused and group of people who are very dedicated to execute your requests to the best of their ability. And I would just ask you going forward that you treat them with kindness and graciousness, because they do an enormous amount of work around the clock, over weekends, skip holidays like today, without thinking twice. So thank you so much, Carlos Manuel, and I wish you luck in the rest of the GBFF Fund's life cycle.
With this very positive note, I will formally close the second GBFF Council meeting and go to our 36th LDCF SCCF Council meeting. Okay, well, let's do a 5 minutes break for coffee. Yeah, I think so. Okay, see you in 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope that you enjoyed your coffee break. Now we're ready to start with the LDCF SCCF Council meeting. So if you could all please take your seats. Thank you. Good afternoon for everyone who's still outside. We will start shortly, so we invite you all to please take your seats so we can begin with the meeting. Thank you.
Dear friends and colleagues, welcome to the 36th LDCF-SCCF Council meeting. As you know, this meeting focuses on the GEF's two funds for adaptation to climate change, the least developed countries fund, LDCF, and the special climate change fund, the SCCF. Well, we are all committed to work, all of the work with the LDCF, SCCF, sitting behind our desk and computers, focusing on policies and indicators. It can sometimes be hard to remember the very real impact our work has on people's lives around the globe. So I want to open this meeting with a few words and images from one of our recipient countries, Bhutan, that I had the honor of visiting early this year. Can we see the video, please?
Definitely the highlight of my visit is to see the community-based project that we've been developing with our partners, UNDP, on water security, helping communities deal with the extreme impacts of climate change.
Countries like Bhutan and people like Bhutanese, we are suffering the brunt of climate change, the whole fault of ours.
걔네 사필도 또 내뱉지 깨프로 철주는 미살레 runde 초미살레 초치 때안게 되니 그 두소 다카치기 꿀에 이나세 그 남이스니까 자기 나비기 이치기 저런주는 쓰십니다.
If you look at our emission scenario, we are carbon negative now. And still, when it comes to the impacts, we are greatly suffering now.
And this is why the LDCF is so important in helping communities to really become more resilient to climate change, that they can prosper as communities if they are able to invest in water governance, invest in the nature-based solution, invest in community-based approaches to stand the highest impacts of climate change.
This visit to Bhutan for me was an eye-opener in many different ways. And one very important has to do with the fact that this country has done a great and a lot in terms of human development. And that is why they've been graduated from the LDCs. But climate change can revert that political and socioeconomic effort in a matter of a few years. And I was really, really impacted by that. At the same time, I was very much energized and inspired by what I saw at the community level, a community-based level. It was great that I was able to meet the king and the queen and the prime minister, but I was shocked by the real possibilities to really have impacts as we work with communities. And in this case, the work that UNDP was doing over there was kind of an eye-opener to me. And I really came back really inspired by the work that this small fund does in terms of climate adaptation and creating the resilient conditions for communities and economies. The LDCF and the SCCF are two funds that are growing thanks to your support, but we are just mobilizing a fraction of what is mobilized annually in climate adaptation. Around $40 billion are being mobilized through ODA, through multiple mechanisms, and the GEF is just able to access less than 1% of that. My commitment in the next years is to be able to present LDCF and SCCF as a cost-effective options to donors and to the ODA community, because I strongly believe that we have very strong roots establishing in the countries that we work in, the LDCs and the seeds, and that what we need is to really scale up on those investments, particularly what LDCF has been doing in the food security, food resilience at the farm level, and how we can be able to, use nature as a cost-effective way to make these communities and these societies more resilient to climate change. So I'm very excited regarding this news of the LDCF, and the work program that you are asked to approve today is the largest work program in the history of the LDCF, requesting over $203 million, including agencies' fees. In my view, and based on the feedback from recipient countries, a key foundation for this very large current LDCF work program is the extensive sub-regional consultations that the GEF Secretariat has organized since last year, together with the LDC group. These meetings were held in Mozambique, Senegal, Solomon Island, Cambodia, Ethiopia, and the Dominican Republic. For the Pacific and the Indian Ocean seas, that they are not LDCs, we have held virtual consultations. So I'm pleased to report to you that the LDCF work program continues to receive large volumes of co-financing from international financing institutions, and in particular, multilateral development banks. For this work program, the World Bank is actually the agency with the largest share of request project funding. The work program has a good balance across agencies. 8 agencies are included, and no single agency has more than 30% share of request resources. I therefore urge donors and supporters of these funds to step up and make new pledges for the LDCF, as well as both windows of the SCCF, in line with the Council approved financing scenarios for the LDCF, SCCF in the context of GEF 8. You have my promise that your contribution will be programmed quickly with maximum impact to benefit the LDCs and their vulnerable communities and ecosystems, to support the seeds and to build their climate resilience, to foster adaptation, innovation, and technology. I'm also very happy to inform that the third round for the Challenge Program for Adaptation and Innovation was recently announced, and the concept selections are currently underway. This initiative has led to support for some of the most innovative and interesting adaptation projects I have seen, and expand our partnership with very important actions in support of climate adaptation. Before I hand it over to my dear colleague, Evans Negwa, let me just make a reflection on the following. The first time I heard the term climate adaptation was like 30 years ago. I think it was around 98 and 99. And I heard this expression by someone who I really admire as a kid. He was a mentor to many of us. His name is Klaus Toffer, former Minister of Environment of Germany and former Executive Director of UNED, who unfortunately passed away a few days ago. I'm really sad by that news, but he was a mentor for many young professionals like me. And I will never forget his leadership as a minister and his wisdom in navigating inside the UN system and be able to bring UNEP where it is, which is a unique and important position. To my dear colleagues from Germany, my condolences, and to everyone in this room, also my condolences, because Dr. Klaus Toffer was a key politician and a key leader around the world. So my condolences to his family and his friends, and on behalf of the GEF, I want to make this very short but very important statement on his life and his legacy. With this, I would like to pass it over to the chair of the LDC group, Mr. Evans Negwa, who is Chief Environmental Officer at the Environmental Affairs Department of Malawi. Evans, you got the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and distinguished council members and alternates, colleagues. I'd like to thank Mr. Carlos Manuel Rodriguez, CEO and Chairperson of the Global Environment Facility, for this special invitation for me to address the 36th Council of the Least Developed Countries Fund and the Special Climate Change Fund, and also the esteemed elected co-chair, Mr. Dauda Baji. And congratulations to you, Mr. Carlos, for your reappointment for the next 4 years to lead us in this process. This is my first in-person council meeting, both as chair of the LDC group and in my role as an alternate council member for the Southern African constituency, where 5 of the 10 countries in my constituency are LDCs. It is my pleasure to share my perspectives in my capacity as the chair of the LDCs group at this opening session. I very much appreciate the continued positive collaboration and partnership between the LDC group and the GF, in particular, the LDCF. I'm looking forward to strengthen this partnership, building upon the strong momentum that my predecessors have helped to create. This council meeting is happening directly following the conclusion of the subsidiary body meetings in Bonn, where I was until last Friday, where parties to the UNFCCC and Paris Agreement deliberated on a number of key items, including finance for adaptation. I want to reiterate here that adaptation is the priority of the LDCs, as we have just seen the case of Bhutan here in the documentary that we have seen. Adaptation is a source of livelihood for our communities and economies. Leading the LDC group in Bonn, I underscored that as the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has made it clear that 1.5 degrees Celsius goal, aligned action is a lifeline for our planet. For us in LDCs, 1.5 degrees Celsius is not just a number, it is a beacon of hope for our people, our ecosystems, and our future generations. Today, only halfway through 2024, we're experiencing record-breaking heat around the world. This results in increasingly devastating impacts of cyclones, unusually heavy rains, floods, and droughts, many of which have been the most extreme seen in recent decades. Only this year, in my home country, Malawi, flooding destroyed crops and vital infrastructure, and we have still not recovered from the devastation caused by Cyclone Freddy in 2023. We have seen flash flooding in Afghanistan, in Burundi, Ethiopia, Somalia, and Uganda that has claimed lives and wreaked havoc on their struggling economies, alongside a severe drought in Zambia and forest fires in Nepal just this year. Chair, the list of impacts is endless. The devastation is beyond comprehension, not just within LDCs, but across the globe. Wherever you look, climate-driven disasters are growing in frequency and in scale. The situation we face is nothing short of catastrophic. Against this onslaught of climate impacts, I see a glimmer of hope for the LDCs in the LDCF. I'm very pleased that this council will consider the largest work program by funding volume for the LDCF since its inception. The work program, as we have heard from the CEO, of 203.02 million United States dollars for 12 national projects and 2 multi-country programs is critical to address urgent climate change adaptation priorities across many least developed countries, including some of those who have been worst affected by 2024's ongoing extreme weather events. I thank all the LDCF donors, and many of whom are present in this room, for providing resources to the fund, as well as the GEF Secretariat for pulling off this historic work program. While I'm quite happy with a significant work program in front of the Council, I'm also saddened to note that not all technically cleared projects could be included in the current work program due to resource constraints. This is worrying for us, as the LDCF is our choice of funding vehicle, especially due to its robust nature and agility, which enable it to meet the most urgent needs of LDCs. LDCs are ready to submit our proposals, and clearly the LDCs are eager to address their climate adaptation priorities through the LDCF. We are holding up our end of the bargain with high ambition for climate action. Therefore, we respectfully call on all donors to contribute and consider raising your contributions significantly in order to ensure predictability of funding to meet the GF8 financial scenarios for the LDCF. In closing, I'd like to emphasize that while we will not be programming any new special climate change fund resources this week, the SCCF has an equally important role to play in our global efforts to build climate resilience, especially given its focus on innovation and private sector engagement. The SCCF's dedicated window for the small island developing states, the SEEDs, is well positioned to help address the unique adaptation and resilience challenges faced by the SEEDs, who are on the front line of the fight against climate change. I urge you all to consider what we can do to enhance your investment in this important fund. Thank you very much, and I look forward to a successful council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Evans, for your compelling message and for joining us today in the LDCF Council meeting. With this, let me now go to agenda item number 2 that has to do with the adoption of the agenda. I want to remind the Council that a provisional agenda has been circulated for consideration as document GEF/LDCF SCCF 36/01. I would like to see if there are any comments, observations from council members to the agenda. I don't see nobody, no one asking for the floor, so we approve the agenda. Thank you so much. Now let me go to agenda item number 3, work program for the least developed countries fund. It is my pleasure and honor to invite Chizuru Awaki and Fariha Iqbal to present document GEF/LDCF SCCF 36/03/Rev01 work program for the least developed countries funds. Chiz and Fariha, you got the floor.
Thank you very much, Carlos Manuel. Good afternoon, colleagues. It is my pleasure to present to you the 36th work program for the LDCF. That's not quite right. Did it go? Okay. Let me start by sharing a few noteworthy features about this work program. It is the largest work program for the LDCF to date, with a grant request of $203.02 million, including project financing and agency fees. This will serve 17 LDCs, least developed countries, including 2 highly vulnerable LDC small island states. It brings a total number of countries that have accessed some amount of LDCF in the GEF 8 period to 30 countries, with 16 countries remain to access to resources. 14 LDCs have accessed the full $20 million under the GEF 8 cap to date with this work program. And it's noteworthy that we include 2 projects from Sao Tome and Principe in this particular work program because they're about to graduate from the LDC status before we can constitute the next work program. The projects of the work program align very strongly with country needs and priorities, and they contain good examples of engagement with the private sector and also coordinate with the Green Climate Fund, for example, in Cambodia and the projects in the Gambia. There is also very strong engagement of international finance institutions, including multilateral development banks, which have close to a 36% share of the funding requests in the work program. And they're contributing nearly 42% of the co-financing for this work program. Now, in terms of projects and sectors, the work program contains 2 programs, one of which is a multi-trust fund projects with the GEF Trust Fund on the Great Green Wall, and 12 national projects. These projects are well aligned with the thematic and sectoral priorities of the GEF 8 climate adaptation strategy and will support climate resilient agriculture and food security, nature-based solutions for adaptation, water resources management, climate information services and early warning systems, coastal zone management, as well as urban resilience and management. And here's a map that shows the countries that will be supported by this work program. There are 7 West African LDCs, 6 East African, Southern African LDCs, 1 Atlantic LDC CIS, and 1 Indian Ocean LDC CIS, and 2 Asian LDCs. We will now take a closer look at the 12 PIFs and 2 PFDs, and I'm going to request my trusted colleague, Fariha, to present the rest. Thank you.
Thank you, Chiz. We will start by looking at the 12 project concepts, or PIFs, which request a total of $128 million in LDCF project financing and agency fees, and leverage over $570 million in co-finance. This is a snapshot of the projects in Angola, Cambodia, Chad, Comoros. There's a focus on community-based adaptation, nature-based solutions, smallholder farmers, and resilient water supply. Here we see a snapshot of the projects in the Gambia, Guinea, Lao PDR, and one of the Sao Tome and Principe projects. These look at urban resilience, integrated watershed management, and climate resilient transport and coastal protection. And this slide shows the final 4 PIFs, one of them in Sao Tome and Principe again, Sierra Leone, Somalia, and Tanzania. These projects look at water security, food systems, urban resilience, and transition to a green economy, and community resilience in dryland areas. Next, we will look at the 2 programs included in the work program. The first requests LDCF funding only for $32.82 million, including project financing and agency fees. This is the Program for Innovation in Climate Adaptation and Resilience Building Solutions, with UNIDO as the implementing agency and leveraging over $138 million in co-finance. It includes Ethiopia, Lesotho, Malawi, and Somalia, but may be expanded to include additional countries in the future, and is thus categorized as a global program. The second program concept included in the work program is a multi-trust fund PFD requesting resources from the LDCF and the GEF Trust Fund. This is for the transformation approach to large-scale investment in support of the implementation of the Great Green Wall Initiative. The GEF Trust Fund request for this program was approved earlier this week. The LDCF request is for a total of $42.19 million, including project financing and agency fees. The LDCF financing is being requested for 4 countries included in the program: Burkina Faso, Chad, Mali, and Mauritania. The LDCF funding will leverage $216.22 million in co-finance. The work program strongly reflects the strategic priorities identified in the GEF 8 adaptation strategy. These include technology, innovation, and private sector engagement in most of the projects, including in the Gambia, Cambodia, and especially in the UNIDO program, which seeks to unlock creative and impactful solutions for climate resilience by micro, small, and medium enterprises. The work program also advances the inclusion and whole of society approach, for example, in Angola, Chad, and Lao PDR, which, along with other projects in the work program, have a strong focus on community engagement and multi-stakeholder dialogues. This work program also includes 3 projects in LDC SIDS, with a focus on integrating climate resilience in key development priorities, such as water supply, transport, and coastal management. Finally, the work program includes strong instances of support to LDCs in scaling up adaptation finance through close collaboration with GCF, as well as finance from international financing institutions, including from IFAD in Chad, World Bank IDA in Guinea, Sao Tome and Principe, and Sierra Leone. A quick look at expected results for the work program. This is for the 12 projects and the 2 programs proposed. This work program will deliver adaptation benefits to nearly 9 million people, of whom 51% are female. Improve climate resilient management of over 884,000 hectares of land, strengthen climate resilience through 772 policies and plans that mainstream or strengthen climate resilience elements, build adaptation capacity of over 655,000 people, and engage 585 private sector and social enterprises in adaptation. All projects. Oh, I'm sorry, you skipped that slide, but you heard me. This is the gender slide. All projects included in the work program have embedded gender equality considerations in the initial design stage and present strong focus on reducing vulnerability of women and girls to climate change and climate-impacted stressors. Projects will aim at ensuring women's equal access to productive resources and technologies and empower women economically by developing innovative financing mechanisms to promote investments in women-led climate-resilient infrastructure and businesses. Some of the projects will provide trainings in literacy and STEM education, science, technology, math, and engineering and math, yes, to close gender gaps. The projects include measures to ensure gender-sensitive knowledge management and gender-responsive monitoring and evaluation. Each project includes specification of plans to carry out a detailed gender analysis that will serve as a basis to develop gender action plans. And each project will include a gender-responsive results framework with gender-sensitive indicators. And now I would like to hand back over to Chiz for the remainder of the presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. There's just one more slide, and this is on the agency distribution. So the current work program continues the trend to balance the LDCF agency distribution. You will see on the figure on the far left that shows the agency distribution for the LDCF since inception. And you can see that it's not necessarily a very well-balanced picture, but this is in light of the historical limited number of agencies that were active in the adaptation arena, also reflecting the country choices. The middle chart is for GEF 8, so the first 2 years of GEF 8, where you will see a more balanced picture of agency distribution. And as of now, there is no one agency that has more than 25%. And there is a wide variety of agencies that are active in the LDC portfolio for the GEF 8. The figure on the far right shows the agency distribution for this current work program. There are 8 agencies that have submitted projects for and programs for this work program. And the bar lengths are starting to even out, which is excellent. The World Bank is the agency for this work program with the largest share of the LDCF resources, closely followed by UNDP, UNEP, and UNIDO. And again, there is no one agency that has more than a 30% share in this particular work program. Although it's difficult to make any statistically significant statements on the portfolio balance per work program, we wanted to show this as a general trend from the cumulative to what's happening in the work program. So with that, thank you so much. This concludes the presentation. We're happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thanks, Fariha. Thanks, Cheese. And with this, I would like to open the floor to council members for any comments, questions, or clarifications needed.
CSO Network has requested the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. CSO Network statement on agenda item number 3. The GEF CSO Network, having reviewed the document, the work program makes the following observation and recommendations for kind consideration of the council. We welcome this program as the largest work program by funding volume of the least developing countries fund since its inception, and support the approval of a total of $203 million for 12 national projects and 2 multi-country programs in 17 LDCs. We note that the work program document indicates that a whole society approach is inherent in most of the projects. However, it would be detailed information in the work program document on the proportion of funds specifically to be channeled to directly benefiting the indigenous people and local communities and civil society organization, as is now done for the GBFF. Furthermore, the CSO network would like to highlight the proposed engagement of CSO, along with an impressive target of more than 655,400 for the 3 trained people with awareness raised through the projects in the work program, with a related target of about 49.3% female participation. This is a great approach, and would like to commend that. Also, the CSO network also noted the following: that during the design stage, the project, the work program, we will see there is an important to strongly support that there is a need for each of the components to incorporate specific initiatives on climate education, but also on green skills building, as well as we also believe on essential to build resilience, enabling green economies, environment justice, and supporting the ecosystem restoration. The social network also would like to also promise that not beyond 18 July this year, we will also submit more written document to support the program. I thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now continue with Annette, followed by 2 interventions online. So Annette, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Naomi. First of all, I'd like to thank you, Carlos Manuel, for your very moving words concerning Dr. Klaus Töpfer. That is very much appreciated. I had the privilege and the opportunity to meet him a couple of times, a couple of years ago, and I can assure you he was still the same from what you described him. And so I think his legacy lives on in a number of institutions he founded, like, for example, the Potsdam Climate Impact Research Institute. And I used the opportunity to convey your condolences and messages to Manfred Konukiewicz just now, whom you probably remember as Chief of Staff, and who happened to be my boss for a couple of years. So I also enjoyed a lot of training and opportunities to grow from these great men. So thanks very much. More on the work program. Germany welcomes the proposed work program and congratulates on the largest work program for the LDCF ever. After an ambitious work program in February, we appreciate that LDCs again have submitted a large number of projects in this work program. Continued high funding requests demonstrate the LDCF importance. We notice and appreciate that 10 out of 17 LDCs in this work program are accessing LDCF resources for the first time in GEF 8. We encourage eligible countries who have not yet accessed funding to submit their own requests. We comment that this is a second work program in a row with a significant share of projects by MDBs and IFIs, and we encourage the operating focal points and MDBs, IFIs to build on this development. We welcome the balanced distribution of resources among GEF agencies overall. And we take note of the impact of the recent GEF Council decision on a higher ceiling for medium-sized projects on projects submitted under Window 8 of the SCCF. Oh, no, reserve those for later. My SCCF comments, yeah, sorry. Yeah. Okay, as always, we'll share detailed comments later on. Thanks very much for all the efforts that went into this work program, and congratulations from our side.
Thank you very much. We will now continue online with Corentin, representing Austria, Belgium, Czech Republic, Hungary, Luxembourg, Slovak Republic, Slovenia, and Turkey. Corentin, you have the floor.
Thank you for giving me the... I hope you can hear me fine.
Yes. We hear you well, Corentin. Yeah, we hear you well. Loud and clear.
Mr. Chair and Mr. Co-Chair, since it's my first intervention, I would like to welcome our new Secretary to the Council. Dear Mrs. Hernandez, congratulations. We're looking forward to working with you, and I wish you full success in this new position. Please let me also warmly congratulate the CEO for his reappointment and his leadership. Concerning this work program, I'll provide the following remarks on behalf of Belgium. As you know, the NDC Fund is a key instrument in the international climate efforts of Belgium. We are, of course, really delighted to support and approve this landmark work program, the largest ever since the inception of the LDC Fund. We very much welcome this cohort of projects and programs, and we are very interested to see the final project documents and their implementation. Belgium congratulates the 4 new LDCs, which have programmed all the LDC resources at their disposal under the GEF 8 to adapt to the consequences of the climate change. And we encourage the other LDCs to pursue their efforts to submit projects to the LDC fund despite limited capacities and sometimes very challenging circumstances. We note that one technically clear project concept could not be included in this work program due to resource constraints. And this is not the first time, unfortunately. So, echoing the CEO, we invite the donor community to consider additional efforts to contribute to the LDC fund. Concerning the agency distribution, Belgium particularly commends the good balance of this work program and the significant share of the MDBs and IFIs. In financial volume, about 36% of this work program is submitted by MDBs. So this confirms that the concentration issue we have with the resource programming of the GEF Trust Fund is less of a concern for the LDC fund. At least the general trend is very positive. So Belgium encourages the LDCs and the MDBs to continue their good collaboration to increase again the amount of projects programmed by the MDBs and IFAT. We hope these dynamic collaborations can also inspire these agencies to program more resources of the GEF Trust Fund and of the GBF Fund. Concerning the regional program supporting the implementation of the Great Green Wall initiative, we warmly welcome this major multi-trust fund program. We commend the particular engagement of the West African Development Bank for the elaboration and implementation of this ambitious program. I would have a particular question on this program. I would like to know to what extent this program takes into account the management response recently published by the UNCCD following the independent review of the Great Green Wall Accelerator. I know this independent review focused on the accelerator of the Great Green Wall based in Bonn, but several recommendations of this independent review can also be very useful to this program, in my opinion, particularly the recommendations relating to the governance, the challenges faced by the Pan-African agencies of the Great Green Wall, and the support to national authorities. So, any views on that is appreciated. Thank you very much for your attention, and many thanks for the opportunity to address the Council virtually. Back to you.
Thank you very much. We will continue online with Gabriela, followed by Maher. Gabriela, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Noemi. Good afternoon, colleagues. We also, like others, would like to thank and congratulate the secretariats, the agencies, and above all, of course, the countries for preparing this work program, and we fully support the proposed decision. Nevertheless, allow me a few comments and questions. It's great to see that we have a co-financing ratio of above 4, even though there is no co-financing requirement in the LDCF and SCCF. Just out of curiosity, and given the recent GEF evaluation on the subject, do you have any information on the likely realization of the co-financing commitment and their impact in the case of the LDCF, SCCF? We appreciate the greater agency balance in this work program, similar to others, so congratulations on that. And you mentioned that one of the projects was not presented due to resource constraints. Can you maybe further elaborate on that? And then we also wanted to know what the reasons are for the slight gradual increase in average time from the initial PIF submission to the CEO PIF clearance. It was like, I think, 50 days for the June 2023 work program, and now it's 87 days in this work program, just to better understand. And then lastly, how has the knowledge management been integrated across the work program, and how does it feed back into the future programming of LDCF projects? Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll now give the floor to Maher. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Naomi. Again, would like to thank the Secretariat for this tremendous effort that they have done to provide us with the this work program. the Secretariat keeps breaking records and the size of for programs, which is music to our ears. Despite the tremendous effort that everybody is commending the Secretariat for, and also not notifying or noticed the 10 countries that has been for the first time accessing the GEF8 under the LDC's fund this time. I would like to draw the attention of everybody that still 17 or 16 countries, LDCs, that have not yet benefited or submitted any funding request, including 2 LDCs that are part of my constituency, which is Afghanistan and Yemen. We're already halfway through the programming cycle, and I would like to see whether the Secretariat has any plans to encourage these countries to benefit or to utilize. It's not only the Secretariat, it's also the implementing agencies to support these countries to utilize their allocations. And thank you.
Thank you. I'll now give some time to Chis and Fariha to respond to these comments. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. And first and foremost, really appreciate the strong support as well as appreciation for this work program, as well as support provided by the donors. And as Gabriela said, the countries that are coming to submit proposals to us. So in no order of comments received, let me first respond to what Mahir has asked about on the 2 countries in a constituency. And I can tell you for Yemen, for instance, we have tried to include them in one of the sub-regional workshops on LDCF access. Unfortunately, there are visa issues that prevented them from going to Ethiopia. So instead, what we had offered to them was we will have a specific targeted discussion on accessing the LDCF with Yemen, and they have accepted that. And we had that session during COP28 in Dubai. So just to assure you, we're having very good conversations, and we want to make sure that the countries are not left behind. On the case of Afghanistan, we've had some projects that have been extended. And as you might all be aware, we had a GEF 7 project from Afghanistan that was pending CEO endorsement, and that has now been posted. So just to let you know that there is progress being made on the 2 LDCs in your constituency, and we will continue to make sure that all LDCs that would like to come and access resources, we will provide the support as we can. Thank you so much, Germany, for your very positive response to the work program. And also, we do think there is very strong demand from the LDCs. And just in terms of responding to the question from Gabriela, the one that we could not include was another Tanzania national project that has been submitted for PIF approval. And there just was not enough room in the resource availability for us to include it. And it's not necessarily a situation we want to find ourselves in, but it is also an indication that the countries are really coming to the LDCF to access adaptation support. And I think that's also a very strong message to take away from this. Thank you so much for the question from Quarantine as well as support. We very much appreciate the strong support from Belgium. And also what we can propose is in the process of project development, some of the elements you have highlighted to be reflected, and we will do our best to convey those back to you. I I can't read my own handwriting anymore, sorry. Um,
Japanese.
no, this is bad handwriting as of now. So let me respond to the question from Gabriela and the seeming longer duration. So what would happen is that if a project or program is submitted and it's not ready for inclusion in the work program, we will continue to do the review with the agency and country till the point of having technical clearance and inclusion into the work program. And there was a couple of projects and program that were submitted way before the submission deadline. In this particular case, we had one program that was submitted in 2023, and we needed to take the time and have consultations with the countries to ensure that it would be technically cleared. So once you have a couple of those projects and programs into the cohort of work program, PIFs and PFDs cleared, that's going to start to impact the number of days from the submission and the CEO clearance. It's just how it works. And then another element that we would need to be cognizant is that for the next work program, whatever we were unable to support, in this case, just one project, when it's included, it will have an impact because we will have to wait for the inclusion of that particular work program, a project. Do you want to take the question? Yeah. And I'm going to request Fariha to respond to the questions on the community engagement. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So thank you to our colleague from the CSO here. The work program before you today actually has a strong focus on community and indigenous people's engagement. In Chad, for example, the project will work with farmers' organizations. And in Somalia, it's actively engaging local partners. In Tanzania, there's a focus on communities and indigenous peoples built into the project. And similarly, in Lao PDR, the project has been designed with community consultations at the center through extensive surveys of local and indigenous communities in the project area. And other projects in the work program too, you will see, have a very strong community and indigenous peoples focus. There was a question, do you want me to take the one on the achievement of the co-finance?
Yes.
There was a question from Switzerland on how likely the co-finance is to be achieved. You will see that a large proportion of the co-finance is actually associated with IDA, World Bank IDA funding, and we fully expect that to be achieved, as well as the other large co-finance coming from IFIs and other MDBs. And there was a question about the Great Green Wall Accelerator. You can take that one, okay.
So now I can read my handwriting. Sorry about that, Gabriela. You had no. This is actually from Kuantan. It was a question of how we're addressing the CCD as well as the accelerator review. We in the process of trying to develop and provide comments to BOAD and UNEP for the Great Green Wall Initiative, we actually even had an in-person meeting at the margins of the UNEA, so that we can provide our feedback on how to pull this program together in consultations with agencies and institutions that are already active in the Great Green Wall efforts. And we solicited inputs as well as comments from the CCD Secretariat. And then we also met with the CCD Secretariat. And the comments they have compiled and given to us, we have of course shared with the agencies, UNEP and BOAD, so that they can be taken into better consideration in terms of the governance aspects as well as the agency needs. And there are assurances from the agencies till they get to the CEO endorsement, these will be really fully reflected and internalized, as well as better coordination among the existing initiatives to be established. So I hope that clarifies the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chis and Fariha. We will now continue with Karen, followed by Sandra. So Karen, floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi.
And thank you for the presentation and also for the responses already given to questions. Sweden welcomes the LDCF's largest work program ever. It's very positive, and we are happy to decide on that. We are also very happy with the reported large proportion of MDBs and IFIs as implementing organizations. We welcome the fact that several projects show strong cooperation between GCF and GEF. It is welcome to be able to show clear examples of collaboration with and commitment from the private sector in the work program. And it's also positive with strong focus on gender integration. But as have been mentioned by others and also by Carlos Manuel, as he was saying, it's important to continue to focus on resource mobilization to the LDCF and that more donors contribute with new funding. I totally agree with what Mahir was saying, that to encourage LDCs that has not put forward project proposals in GEF 8, I agree with that, but there has to be money in the account to be able to decide on those projects once they come. So in order to reach the resource goal, to be able to carry out activities in line with the 4-year strategic plan, more funds clearly needs to be coming in. And Sweden is currently preparing for new contribution in 2024, for the year of 2024. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now give the floor to Sandra, followed by Stephanie. Sandra, have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We congratulate, like others, the Secretariat and the implementing partners, and last but not least, the countries of implementation with this very good work program, and which is also the largest work program to date. We are happy to contribute to the LDCF, and we think it's a very important program to contribute to. We share what was said, and we echo that. We will not repeat it. We particularly agree with the efforts of GEF addressing gender inequalities in project outputs, activities, and going beyond mere inclusion of women in consultations or awareness raising and training activities. However, we would also ask GEF to go a step further. And we would like GEF to define women, and particularly women entrepreneurs, and beneficiaries, particularly if these are programs that engage the private sector and are about investment. It's particularly women entrepreneurs, and particularly when it's SMEs that have much higher levels of inclusion than male owners of medium and small-sized enterprises. And it's not only about access to resources for capacity building and knowledge, but also very much about access to finance. And this is also particularly relevant as we are moving to a just and green transition. And this just and green transition means that also small enterprises have to contribute in a very large share, particularly in poorer countries, and particularly because there's a lot of agriculture still business and livelihoods for people. So we do ask you what the options are for GEF to go a little bit further here in consultation with implementing partners and countries. Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Thank you, Sandra. We will now continue with Stephanie, followed by Emily. Stephanie, the floor is yours.
Merci. Je vais redire beaucoup de choses qui ont déjà été dites, mais la seule nouveauté, ce sera sûrement que ce sera en français. La France remercie le secrétariat et bien sûr les focal points, les implementing agencies, les executing agencies pour ce programme de travail historique du LDCF et que nous soutenons. Merci également pour la présentation qui est très excellente, très claire des résultats attendus. Un point que nous souhaitons particulièrement saluer, c'est la répartition équilibrée des ressources entre les agences, entre les implementing agencies, les banques multilatérales, les IFIs, représentent plus de 36% de ce work programme, et donc ce résultat positif montre que cette dynamique peut s'élargir, s'étendre au work programme du GEF. Et enfin, nous aussi, nous encourageons bien sûr les pays éligibles qui n'ont pas encore bénéficié des ressources du LDCF à candidater, appuyés par les implementing agencies, à candidater pour proposer des projets pour les aider à s'adapter aux défis du changement climatique. Merci.
Merci, Stephanie. We will now continue with Emily, followed by Ramon. Emily, floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi. Our constituency also welcomes this work program, and we're very pleased to approve the largest work program ever in the history of the LDCF. Adaptation action is a key priority for our constituency, and we continue to be strong supporters of the LDCF and SCCF and the efforts that can build resilience, sustain livelihoods, and reduce vulnerability in countries and populations that are at the front lines of the climate crisis. Like others, we're pleased to see stronger involvement of IFIs compared to previous work programs, and we especially welcome the engagement of BOAD as a regional MDB implementer of the ambitious Great Green Wall program. We also welcome the continued coordination with the GCF and would encourage that similar efforts with the Adaptation Fund could also be reflected in future work program documents to ensure coherence as part of the MCF draft action plan. Furthermore, we welcome the continued emphasis on gender integration, and we also take note of your response as to why one of the projects was deferred to a future work program, and that's highlighted by Sweden, the need for continued resource mobilization to ensure that we do not leave any LDC or SIDS behind in this financing period. And finally, we would just like to know why the projects that have been implemented by the World Bank have not requested PPGs, and also our constituency plans to submit written comments by the July deadline. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now continue with Ramon, and then we will give the Secretariat some minutes to respond. So Ramon, floor is yours.
Gracias, Noemi. En primer lugar, felicitamos a la Secretaría, a las agencias y a los puntos focales nacionales por este programa de trabajo. Es el cuarto que vemos en el periodo del GEF 8 y el mayor programa de trabajo por volumen de financiación desde la creación del fondo. Gracias por la presentación y las respuestas. Nos gustaría señalar como relevante el esfuerzo por la búsqueda de apoyos, de cofinanciación y de participación del sector privado, aunque creemos que sería positivo interpelar a una mayor diversificación y participación de los bancos de desarrollo regionales. Otro dato interesante, lo comentaba Anet, es que 10 de los 17 países que participan en este programa de trabajo acceden por primera vez a los recursos de este fondo para el periodo GEF 8. Y nuestra reflexión sobre esto es que es relevante y que da muestra de que el fondo está vivo y que es atractivo para los países. Finalmente, destacamos los proyectos de este programa que muestran una fuerte cooperación entre el GEF, el Fondo de Medio Ambiente, y el Fondo Verde para el Clima. Esa cooperación entre instrumentos con objetivos comunes creemos que aporta valor a las iniciativas que estamos desarrollando, alimentará el trabajo en curso en materia de coherencia y colaboración entre fondos y creemos que es fundamental para facilitar que avancemos hacia cambios mayores, cambios transformacionales. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, Ramón. And now I'll give Chizuru and Fariha some time to respond to these questions. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And first and foremost, thank you for the positive words from many council members around the table. Very much appreciate that. And I think a number of you mentioned the GEF GCF collaboration as a bedrock, as well as provision of value addition to help with the fund collaboration. We do recognize that. And I think, Emily, you had a question or comment about whether we can include additional elements related to the CIFSN Adaptation Fund, and we're happy to reflect on those elements into the work program moving forward, as well as the progress report, because this is an important element that we really would like to be able to reflect in the programming, in addition to the policies and processes type work. So thank you, Sandra, for from Netherlands, your questions about the gender issues. We are actually quite encouraged that some of the projects in this particular work program are addressing the women entrepreneurs as well as a very strong gender link. And I think, for instance, the project in where was it? Somalia, I think, is one good example of that. Another element I want to highlight is that, as the CEO mentioned in his opening remarks, we have the third round of the challenge program for adaptation innovation. And one of the elements that we've made very explicit in terms of anybody who wants to apply for that is the inclusion of women, as well as the whole notion of innovative financing. And so we're hopeful that once we go through the proposals, we would be very encouraged to find solid proposals that would address the women, the innovation in this particular area that you have highlighted. Stephanie, thank you for your comments. And yes, we really would like to encourage the other LDCs to try to access resources. Just to reflect on the GEF 7 experience, we did manage to get every single LDC to access the LDCF, and the national allocation, the initial cap of $10 million per LDCs, I think we went above 99% in terms of the portfolio level access to the national ceilings. So we're also very optimistic that with additional outreach to the countries, as well as engagement with the agencies, we can have similarly successful access to the resources. But as Karen from Sweden said, at the end of the day, we need the resources in the LDCF to be able to support countries. So we are really asking and inviting donors to continue to support the LDCF and the adaptation agenda. I think there were a specific question on the why the World Bank projects do not require PPG. So Fariha, would you like to take that one? I'm not sure why I haven't seen it.
No. I've not, in all the World Bank projects we reviewed, we don't tend to receive PPG requests. And I believe that, when they're blending with IDA, the project preparation is kind of integrated within that overall package.
Thank you, Fariha. And one additional data point on the IDA as well as nature-based interventions that we have seen in this work program. You might recall in the final work program for GEF 7, we approved a project with the World Bank to really looking into how to blend resources between the LDCF and IDA when in the adaptation as well as nature-based solutions arena. And that particular project is being used as a platform, if you will, for a lot of countries and IDA recipient countries to consider how to access the LDCF and IDA resources in a way that are manifesting in some of the projects in front of you. So I just wanted to provide that data point also. Yes, so. Okay. So there was a question from Switzerland on knowledge management that we didn't get to answer the first time. So I'm going to request Fariha to take that one.
Thank you, Chiz. And thank you for the question. So it was about dedicated KM components within the work program. And just quickly, I wanted to clarify that both the Lao PDR and the Cambodia projects have separate components dedicated to KM.
Thank you, Fariha. Let me also complement that by saying that in the GEF 8 period, we have what's called the dedicated programs. And one of the dedicated programs, the third element covers elements related to knowledge management. So that particular knowledge management relevant activities that are being rolled out would also help to ensure that there is more robust sharing of lessons as well as knowledge that will be pooled and shared and disseminated in the manner that would enable easier access. So with that, I turn it back to you.
Thank you very much, Chisan Farija. We will now continue with Tessa, representing the United States, followed by Ausustem. Tessa, floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi, and good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to begin by thanking the Secretariat for the presentation and report on the work program of the LDCF. It's exciting to see the largest work program for the LDCF since its inception, with projects that span such a broad range of sectors and systems. It's particularly encouraging to see the way these projects integrate engagement with the private sector. We see bringing in private sector investment and demonstrating that there is a role for the private sector in adaptation to be so important in accelerating adaptation action. We have 4 specific comments and questions based on the work program report. First, we'd like to get a little bit more clarity on the progress on regional and global programming. On page 15 of the work program report, it states that progress on regional and global programming is a modest 26.3% of the expected $30 million. Based on the regional and global programs in the June 2024 work program, we anticipate this will increase fairly quickly. We want to ask if the Secretariat sees any barriers to getting back on track with where we would expect to be at the midpoint of the GEF 8 period. Second, the LDCF core indicator 2B shows that none of the proposals in this work program increase the coastal and marine area under climate resilient management. We're interested to know if the Secretariat has any insight into why we aren't receiving proposals dealing with climate resilient management of coastal and marine areas, and whether there are any efforts underway to ensure that LDCF funds are addressing this important aspect of climate adaptation. Third, as we mentioned on Monday during the GEF Trust Fund meeting, we'd like to request a second review of project 11455 on the Great Green Wall. And then finally, as mentioned by council members from Belgium, Sweden, and others, we appreciate the greater diversification of agencies in this work program and hope to see this trend continue going forward in the LDCF as well as in the GEF work program. But overall, we're pleased to see all the progress that's being made. We're encouraged to see the innovative, inclusive, and diverse nature of these projects and look forward to seeing the impacts that these projects have. Thank you.
Thank you, Tessa. Nous continuons en français avec Ao. À vous la parole.
Yeah, thank you. We are grateful to the Secretariat for the presentation and putting these documents together. We are glad to know that 5 of our constituency members are beneficiaries of this adaptation support, which is linked to their livelihood, survival, and resilience. And we are grateful and we support the approval of these activities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now continue with Aliona, followed by Darnell. Aliona, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you so much. Our constituents congratulate on the document. It's really indeed a very deep and very diversified document, which actually shows a big interest of the different constituencies of the different countries. That means that indeed some programs get revived. And in this way, I would like to ask the GEF Secretariat to share their successful stories with our constituencies, because we're struggling, in reviving some of our countries, in getting bigger interest. So the communication, I think it shall be revived, and it shall be showed, like the effective, principle when you see that there are other countries that they got and succeeded, and maybe, to revive some constituencies. Actually, it was some of our discussions with the other constituencies, and what I see is some constituencies are so active, and I'm really happy for you guys, like really happy. Congratulations on that. That means that your regions are really working on it, and we really want to have the same move and the same appeal to these projects. And in this way, I would like to say that having this in mind, maybe it's good to diversify the implementing agencies, because we can, of course, the big players are crucial players, but sometimes maybe small countries, they might have like a PIU next to a minister or state body where they implement environmental projects, and that's why, would help and would somehow would move that. So that's why this is the discussions that we have beyond the official table. Thank you.
Thank you, Aliona. I will now give the floor to Daniel. The floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Noemi. And we would like to congratulate Carlos Manuel on his reappointment as GEF CEO for the next 4 years. We congratulate the excellent work in setting this program. This program takes into account women's issue to catalyze principles of gender. Our constituencies support this program, and it should take into account national governance issues that are not ideal for adaptation issue. The LDCF fund will help our country to address adaptation issue and improving local community safety to allow community become more resilient to the impact of climate change. In particular, although my country, Sao Tome and Principe, as a seed, will graduate in 2024, the country is still very vulnerable to the impact of climate change. So this particular support is very important to strengthen local communities and make them more resilient. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. I don't see anyone else requesting the floor. So, Chis, back to you.
Thank you so much. So there was a specific question out in the 4 elements that Tessa highlighted, and I'd like to touch upon the regional global programming. There is a pretty simple answer to that question, in the sense that when we are somewhat concerned about the resource constraints in the trust fund, we prioritize the national projects. And there is a 4-year period to do programming. So if there are, for instance, projections that we may need to be focusing on the national priorities, we will do that. And towards perhaps the end of the programming period, there might be a little bit more of a cushion to enable to as to the engaging more of the global as well as the provision of set aside. So that's the simple answer we can provide. Of course, there are projects and programs that are coming through that might request a modest, coordination, as well as, very, very specific, genuine regional global activities. We will consider them and try to combine them with the national access to the $20 million. But I mean, this is just the how things are have been moving along. So on the core indicator question, I'm going to request Fariha to respond to that. Thanks.
Thank you, Chiz. So this is on the question about why there is nothing entered for core indicator 2B in the work program, which is focused on coastal and marine areas made more resilient to climate change impacts. We do have SIDS projects in this work program. However, they are looking at issues such as transport infrastructure in cities and water supply in cities. So they're not really looking at coastal and marine issues. However, we will make sure that if there's any dimension related to coastal and marine resilience, that is fully integrated in the indicators by CO endorsement.
Thank you, Fariha. And I think there was a final question from Aliona, how we can do to move the and entice the active engagement. We're very happy to let you know that we now have a dedicated senior communications officer for the LDCF and SCCF. I don't know where he's sitting. You want to raise your hand? And we're really redoubling our efforts to make sure that there are updated and readily accessible case studies as well as lessons learned to be shared. And we're also continuing to engage in not just the LDCF, but to opportunities under the SCCF. So hopefully this kind of communication efforts can be helpful to your constituency. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheese. There is no one else requesting the floor. So, Chair, back to you.
Thanks so much, Cheese and Fariham. Having completed the discussion with council members, I would like to invite council to adopt the draft decision that is included in the document GEF/LDCF SSCF 36/03/Ref01. I see no observation from council members. Work program approved. Thank you so much. Now let me go to our last agenda item for the day, which is the fiscal year 23 annual monitoring review of the least developed countries fund and the Spatial Climate Change Fund. For this, I would like to invite Chizuru Aoki and Mr. Yuki Siga to present the document GEF/LDCF SSCF 36/04 fiscal year 23 annual monitoring review of the least developed countries fund and the Spatial Climate Change Fund. Chiz Yuki, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Cosmonel. I'm pleased to introduce the document on the fiscal year 23 annual monitoring review of the least developed countries fund and the Special Climate Change Fund. This document in front of you describes the performance and results of and the lessons learned from the portfolio of projects and programs financed by the LDCF and SCCF. And the portfolio had begun implementation on or before June 30th of 2022. And these are the projects that were under implementation during at least part of fiscal year 23. Let me start by presenting the key messages in the report before I hand over the microphone and clicker to my trusted colleague, Yuki. Active SCCF and LDCF portfolio making satisfactory progress. And what we mean by the satisfactory progress, we looked at the development objectives as well as implementation progress ratings of the reports submitted by agencies on the active portfolio. The SCCF portfolio in particular have demonstrated very high levels of achievement as evidenced by high performance ratings and results that are significantly above targets. And we are also very happy to report that at the portfolio level, the engagement of civil society organizations as well as non-governmental organizations is quite strong, particularly in the portfolio included in the SCCF. Risk ratings from the fiscal year 23 are at the comparable level compared to those that were reported in previous fiscal years. Here we talk about fiscal year 21 and fiscal year 22, and we have started to really pay closer attention to the risk ratings under the COVID era. So with that, I'm going to hand over to my colleague, Yuki.
Thank you, Chair Inchil-san. It's my pleasure to present the rest of the fiscal year 2023 annual monitoring review of the DCF and SCCF. So active portfolio of LDCF. The GEF Secretariat received reports for 70 LDCF projects. Total LDCF project financing, excluding agency fees and PPG, amounted to $398 million. Of the project financing committed, $203 million, or 51%, have been dispersed. Natural resource management, agriculture, and coastal zone management were the top three sectors covered under ADCF projects, together contributing to approximately 60%, or nearly $240 million of the total project financing committed. In terms of regional distribution, 73% of ADCF funding for project under implementation have been committed towards projects in Africa, while 24% have been committed towards Asia and the Pacific, and 2% to Latin America and Caribbean. Performance. 86% of the DCF projects in the active portfolio were rated moderately satisfactory or higher in terms of their progress towards development outcomes, and 70% were rated moderately satisfactory or higher in their implementation progress. Overall ratings, particularly DO, development objectives, have remained stable at the high level over the recent years. While IP rating is still at the comparable level with the GEF Trust Fund, reasons provided for relatively low IP ratings included election and subsequent government structure change, project under suspension, limiting the progress, and ongoing conflict within the country, as well as limited execution capacity of partners. Achieve results. Active LDCF projects in fiscal year 2023 has generated more than 2.5 million direct beneficiaries and trained over 168,000 people in various aspects of climate change adaptation, of which around 50% are female. Through ADCF finance projects, an estimated 318,000 hectares of land have been brought under more resilient management. Moreover, 295 policies and plans in LDCs have been strengthened or developed to mainstream climate resilience. Now moving on to SCCF, Special Climate Change Fund. Under the SCCF, the GEF Secretariat received reports for 20 projects. Total SCCF project financing, excluding agency fees and PPG, towards these projects amounted to $77 million. Of the project grants committed, $51 million, or 66%, have been dispersed. Water resource management, infrastructure, and agriculture were the top three sectors covered under SCCF projects, together contributing more than 70%, or $55 million, of the total project financing committed. In terms of regional distribution, Latin America received the most, about 38% of funding commitments. Asia and the Pacific received about 28%, and Eastern Europe and Africa about 27%. Performance. 100% of the SCCF projects in the active portfolio were rated moderately satisfactory or higher in terms of their progress towards development outcomes. And 90% were also rated moderately satisfactory or higher in their implementation progress. Overall, SCCF ratings have remained stable at a very high level over the recent years. Achieved results for SCCF. As at June 30, 2023, cumulative results of the SCCF portfolio already included more than 7.2 million direct beneficiaries and over 139,000 people trained, of which 54% are female, in various aspects of climate change adaptation. Through SCCF finance projects, an estimated 6.8 million hectares of land have been brought under more resilient management. Moreover, 599 policies and plans have been strengthened or developed to mainstream climate resilience. Next, I'd like to share the snapshots of terminal evaluations, risk analysis, as well as some lessons learned. In fiscal year 2023, 8 TEs, terminal evaluations from LDCF, and 2 TEs from SCCF were submitted along with trackable achievements in climate adaptation indicators. Overall, the data indicates that good progress is recorded at the TE stage. The result achievement ratio of the LDCF projects has exceeded the target set at the approval or endorsement stage for 3 core indicators, namely number of direct beneficiaries, policies and plans, and people trained. Areas of land managed for climate resilience still attain good achievement ratio of over 90%. As for SCCF projects has exceeded all targets except for the number of direct beneficiaries, which still attain the fair achievement ratio of 80%. Risk analysis. The risk levels faced by LDCF and SCCF projects combined were reported as low or moderate for 83% of the projects. This is the same as the previous years, which was also 83%. Overall, SCCF project reported less risk compared to LDCF projects. While 82% of LDCF projects reported low or modest risk, approximately 87% of SCCF projects rated their risk as low or modest. Out of the 14 projects with high or substantial risk, 3 projects were rated highly unsatisfactory, HU, and 2 projects were rated MU, moderately unsatisfactory, for its IP rating. On the other hand, no projects with low and moderate risks were rated HU for its IP rating. This suggests a link between risk and implementation progress, that the projects with high and substantial risks are facing more challenges in meeting their implementation progress. Lessons learned. Of the projects considered in this review, 9 were rated highly satisfactory in terms of their progress towards development objectives. Some of the key success factors identified were continuous engagement with stakeholders and communities. These are critical in generating tangible results on the ground in a sustainable manner. Ownership and leadership at national and district levels. Full ownership and leadership are critical in ensuring good projects progress and pushing the implementation on the ground. Alignment with local priorities and activities. For example, as a result of strong alignment with local priorities and activities, the project is leveraging more co-finance than planned at the project proposal stage. Improved income generation and livelihood support, especially for women, are contributing to the success of the project while boosting the local development through empowering women. This concludes the presentation of fiscal year 2023 AMR of the LDCF and SCCF. And I would like to once again thank the chair and Chiz-san for the opportunity.
Thank you so much to you, Yuki, and Chiz. With this, I would like to open the floor for observation, comments, or questions from council members.
CSO Network, you have the floor, followed by Barbara.
Thank you. The CSO Network welcomes the annual monitoring review of the LDC Fund and the Special Climate Change Fund. First of all, we'd like to note the importance of this review in the overall analysis of the effectiveness of the LDCF and the SCCF. However, these reports show that critical issues needs to be addressed to enhance the effectiveness of these funds. We find a set of positive figures for gender mainstreaming. However, the reporting is not consistent across all projects. We would therefore urge for more comprehensive and consistent reporting on gender disaggregated impacts. Similarly, we can find disparities in performance ratings among different agencies and projects. For example, UNDP, UNEP, and UNIDO had projects with lower performance rating compared to other agencies. We would like to highlight a need for standardizing performance evaluation and ensure a consistent methodologies across agencies, including indicators for measuring process management and increased capacity. We also note the continued reliance on midterm reviews and terminal evaluation reports to determine project success. While these reports are useful for monitoring purposes, they necessarily focus on project outputs rather than outcomes and impact. We would welcome additional emphasis on outcome and impact assessment, which would enhance learning and project success in other communities. And the key issues that we have continued to highlight across different agenda items is a need for capacity building programs for CSOs. As the report highlights some projects that suffer through capacity gaps within the executing agencies, it is crucial to involve and empower local communities, CSOs, youth, and indigenous people in the process. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I will now give the floor to Barbara, followed by Stephanie. Barbara, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. First, thank you very much for the report and the presentation. We're pleased to read about the strong civil society engagement. That was a nice highlight to have taken in. For the LDCF, we understand the GEF is following up individually for any projects not achieving satisfactory ratings. And we wanted to have a sense of whether there's a feeling that all is on track or if appropriate mitigations are in place. For the SCCF, certainly impressive to see the high levels of achievement. And this is for this particular cohort, this is very welcomed. And the last point I'm going to make is to a large extent is echoing some of the views expressed in the previous item on the work plan. So you'll have to forgive me a little bit on that. In terms of encouraging continued support for gender sensitive private sector engagement and women-owned and managed businesses for both the LDCF and SCCF. I need a little bit more coffee portfolio, although I'm not as cold as earlier, so there you go. Just to, at the same time, highlighted in the presentation, really appreciated to see that it was a key lesson learned from the field. So I just wanted to make note of that also. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Barbara. I'll now give the floor to Stéphanie, followed by Tessa. Stéphanie, à vous la parole.
Merci. Je vais m'exprimer en français. Nous remercions le secrétariat pour ce document qui indique une bonne performance des deux fonds, LDCF et SCCF. En particulier, nous saluons et nous soutenons le travail du FEM dans son portefeuille LDCF en Afrique, avec 73% du portefeuille sur le continent africain. Nous avons néanmoins deux points d'attention à la lecture de ce rapport. D'abord, pourquoi le PNUD et le PNUE ont des indicateurs de performance beaucoup plus bas par rapport aux autres implementing agencies? Et deuxièmement, pourquoi observe-t-on pour la deuxième année consécutive une dégradation nette de l'indicateur d'implementation progress à l'échelle du portefeuille, qui est passé de 86% à 74% l'an dernier, 70% cette année? Quelles sont les mesures que prend le GEF et les implementing agencies pour répondre à ces deux points? Merci.
Merci, Stephanie. We'll now continue with Tessa, followed by Anil. Tessa, the floor is yours.
Thank you. We're pleased to hear that the large majority of active projects were rated moderately satisfactory or above in terms of their progress towards development objectives and in their implementation progress. It was helpful to see the breakdown of why certain projects have lower ratings or higher ratings in the report and in the presentation. And we'd be interested to hear how the specific lessons learned on best practices or barriers that have been encountered are being integrated into the project plans for the June 2024 work program or in outreach and capacity workshops. Overall, despite a few cases where progress is slower than expected, it's clear that there are many successes to celebrate. 19.7 million direct beneficiaries of projects under the LDCF portfolio is a significant accomplishment and illustrates the power of the LDCF to make a large-scale impact. Thank you.
Thank you, Tessa. I'll now give the floor to Anil, followed by Sandra. Anil, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, and congratulations on the good amount of beneficiaries who have benefited from the projects and a good risk analysis too. I just have only a question continuing from what our friend behind told a while ago, relating to the disparity in the performance amongst agencies. Can the SEC enlighten the sustainable, have you all done an evaluation on the sustainability rate of these programs implemented by the specific agencies where the performances have not been too great, or even including those which have been good? Because the last IEA report last year said it was the sustainability rate was only around 48%. Has there been any improvement on that? And we'd be glad to know if you have taken any steps in that direction to improve that situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Anil. And I give the floor to Sandra. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We have great appreciation for the work done and the results achieved. We will not repeat too much what others have said, so we will just say we echo that. We really appreciate the large share of African countries in this very relevant program for adaptation. We have one particular question. We have noted in Table 3 on portfolio level results. We have particularly noted the difference in results achieved at midterm compared to terminal evaluation at the level of end beneficiaries. Could you share your views on the sharp rise in the number of those direct beneficiaries from 10% to 100%? From midterm evaluation to terminal evaluation. I guess one would expect a more gradual rise or even a higher figure early on in the activities. If you look at earlier reports, there is at midterm already 100% of direct beneficiaries. So we understand that numbers are not the same every year. But this is a very large discrepancy, and you probably have an idea where it comes from, but we would appreciate it very much if you can share your views here. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. I'll now give the floor to Annette. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And I can be very brief. As Germany welcomes, as others before the annual monitoring review, and we are really pleased to see these high rates of satisfactory ratings across the LDCF and SCCF. Very impressive results, especially for SCCF. I echo my colleagues from Canada, France, US, and others regarding impact for women and improving their livelihoods. There are many more positive aspects I could pick out, but suffice it to say that with these figures, we encourage other donors to invest wisely in these funds. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Annette, Karin, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'll also be brief. Thank you for the report and the presentation, and I agree with most of what has been said already by others. We see that many of the issues discussed yesterday is also relevant for the LDCF, including how to develop GEF's approach to the tracking of co-finance. I'm getting tired here. The tracking of co-financing. And we are happy to see the positive trend as regards development outcomes. On the other hand, there is a clear need to strengthen the implementation part of the projects in order to achieve better figures for implementation progress. I'm also curious about why, and it's not only today, why quite often SCCF have higher results than the LDCF, and still they are lacking funds even more than the LDCF. That's strange, probably. We also appreciate the gender-specific results, and this is, as I've mentioned before, this is very important for Sweden. It's a matter of efficiency also, among other things, rights and so on. And we note that there are also possibilities to explore more cooperation with the private sector. It would be interesting to hear about that. How do you see that could be done? Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. I don't see anyone else asking the floor. So back to you, Chizuru-san and Yuki-san.
Thank you for all those comments and the questions, and particularly we are very much happy to hear that the most of the council members feeling that they're happy about the AMR, which we have reported just now. And I will respond to the particular question which was about the ratings of the particular agencies, which is not relatively performing well. I heard the UNDP and the name of some other agencies, so I've tried to respond as much as I could on that point. And the one thing I can say is that first of all, I tried to mention that the DO rating of the LDCF, the latest rating we have for the fiscal year 2023 was 70%, and I have also shown the gradual decreasing trend as well. So I probably that might stimulated a little bit of like worry in the council members. But at the same time, I try to also mention that the 70% is still at the comparable level with the GEF Trust Fund. So if we see the latest monitoring review from the GEF Trust Fund, which was submitted to the previous council in February, climate change mitigation performance was 73 or 74 or somewhere around that level. So 70% is not that bad, at least I believe, when compared to the GEF Trust Fund. And especially when we look back to our LDCF, the LDCF project, which has a particular focus on LDC, meaning that the other countries having more difficulties and challenges. I think this difference between 70 and 73% is still understandable. And we see that the LDCF is still performing well. Although a trend is, I do agree that is something that we need to cautiously monitor. So that is one first response to that. And also, I can also mention a few other points on related to that. And so one thing that I can also note is that the UNDP, particularly because we are relying on the agencies to report on the rating. So we are not the ones who rate the projects. It's the agency's responsibility to report on the ratings, both DO and IP. And the methodologies to rate the project, it depends on the agency as well. And what we are hearing from UNDP is that they have recently it came up and applying more, a little bit more stringent approach in rating their project. So that is at least we believe something that could explain this trend at least partially, especially when considering that the UNDP is one of the dominant the agency of the LDCF project. But I would also want to add that as you see in the agency distribution, UNDP is no more than 30%. But although UNDP is still dominant, so the more stringent approach to rate the project by the UNDP could have some impact on the gradually decreasing trend of the DO rating. But as I mentioned in the beginning, 70%, we see that this is not a bad rating. But as I also mentioned, that we will cautiously monitor this trend.
Thank you, Yuki-san. A couple of other elements and questions put on the table. So from the colleague from the CSO network, you had asked the questions about the difference in gender reporting as well as gender indicators. Just want to remind that GEF as a whole started to have sex disaggregated indicator reporting, I think from GEF 6. So we do have quite a number of projects in the current cohort that was approved, not necessarily reflecting the element. So you might still continue to see a little bit of a discrepancy or differentiation in the gender reporting as well as the elements related to that particular aspect. There was also a question raised by the CSO network on the need for capacity building for CSOs and youth. We take this point very seriously, and as part of the LDCF and SCCF dedicated programs, we had targeted capacity building initiatives for countries as well as institutions. And when we invited the countries to be engaged, we made sure that the CSOs would also have seats in order to take part in the training that as well as information exchange sessions that the GEF Secretariat is organizing for the LDCs, and this is, and including the inclusion of CSOs and youth has been one of those factors that we really wanted to make sure that it would take place, and we will continue to do so. In terms of Barbara's question, what are we doing in how to respond to low performing projects? We've gone back to, we've looked at all the reports and projects that were reported to have low ratings. We've circled back to all of them. And in certain cases, the agency have already incorporated mitigation measures. And if that has been done, we try to reflect that in the report that was provided for the council. But please rest assured, there is continuous engagement to ensure that we're not just leaving them and we take the report and that's it. And we were actually following up with them, and agencies are very much aware of the interest from our side to be able to get some clarity as well as resolution on some of these highly unsatisfactory projects. Okay, we already responded on the UN unit ratings. Specific lessons learned raised by US, very much so. One of the things we have been doing since the beginning of GEF 8 is these regional global workshops. And we really do try to highlight lessons learned through case studies. What we have started to do is these learning stations of projects, and it's not done by the GEF Secretariat. It's the local as well as national counterparts that attend these workshops and man, is that a correct word? Staff, the learning stations. And they're the ones, when we do the triage of projects and programs to be featured, we actually look at the AMR, and so midterm reports as well as terminal evaluations if they're already done, to highlight the good ones. And then we invite the stakeholders to present the projects, and there is a cross-learning between the countries as well as different approaches that have been implemented and that were proven to be successful. And these are the workshops that we are also working with countries to really raise the quality of entry of adaptation rationale based on the feedback we have received from staff. So just to assure you that there are linkages among the different elements of the LDCF and SCCF work, building on what's being presented to you on the AMR, as well as what you will hear tomorrow on the progress report. Thank you so much.
This concludes our list of speakers. I don't see anyone else requesting the floor. So, Chair, back to you.
Gracias, Noemi, and thanks for this very interesting exchange. Thanks, Yuki and Cheese. Having completed the discussion, I would like to invite Council to adopt the draft decision that is included in document GEF/LDCF/SCCF 36/04. I see no objections. Approve. Thank you so much. With this, we finish today's agenda on GBFF, second Council meeting, and the 36 LDCF SCCF. Thanks, everyone, for your endurance. Let me pass it over to Noemi, which will be doing some final announcements.
Thank you, Carlos Manuel. So just to remind for those council members that are being funded by the GEF, the per diems are being distributed just in the door across the corridor. So we invite you to take advantage of this opportunity. And so tomorrow we'll start the meeting at 9 a.m. To continue with LDCF, SCCF, and the summary of the co-chairs. So have a good afternoon.